Hello, hello. Welcome in, everyone. How do I do this? I forgot. Starting stream. That one. Hi. Oh, I forgot to turn my light on here. Although there's pretty good natural lighting today. That one looks pretty good. How's everyone doing today? Welcome in, Chunky, Peanut, Strawberry, Frazzle, Drew, Hubris. Let's see, that is... Oh yeah, TryKHD. Welcome in, everybody. I'm glad you're all here to join me today. We got a bit of a strange stream today, as you might see from my lovely spreadsheet that's laid out here. We're actually going to zoom in a little bit. Something like this. Yes, pathing time. So, for those of you who don't know, I need to get some T-sets. And Blade was kind enough to look into the code for me and let me know that the T-set RNG is based on the tile that a villager is on when you enter the festival. So I am explaining it right now, don't worry, Strawberry. So it depends on the horizontal position, so like left to right position, of the villager that's giving you the gift. Yep. And so what we're going to be doing, so I'm not going to be able to know exactly what I'm getting from each spot, because that would be, I need to use like the year in the RNG. I'm not going to use a manipulator or what's it called, a predictor or anything like that. What I'm going to do instead, though, is I'm going to create a big old spreadsheet here that tells me when I'm getting a unique gift. Because sometimes villagers are going to stay in the same spot for long, long periods of time. So what I'm going to do is find out where the villagers are. You might notice that it's every 2.5 minutes. That's because the villagers can move, as I counted it out, approximately 4 tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, approximately 5 tiles or so. I used 5 because I think it was a little bit over, every 10 minutes. Yes, tied with absolutely. Did I spell definitely wrong? I wasn't sure about that. It looks like defiantly. So the general idea, that's probably the easiest to understand, is that I'm just going to be checking that they're not standing on the same tile. And every time it's a unique tile, I'm going to color it a green color, so I know it's unique. And every time it's not a unique tile, I'm going to color it a red color. And I'm going to know that entering the festival at this time is not going to get me a new gift. It's going to be the same gift that I would have seen before. So as a result of that, I only have to reset so many times to find the T-set, instead of doing what I've been doing, which is just constantly checking every 10 minutes and hoping I get it. So this will just make my life a lot easier when I'm searching for the T-set. For instance, a lot of people stand still for long periods of time. Hey Ming, thank you for the lurk. So the general idea being is that, like someone like Sebastian, for instance, I only need to check 3 times. Because someone already worked this Sebastian's out, but I'm going to work it out again just to make sure the exact times. You only need to check 3 times for Sebastian. There's only 3 gifts you can get. For things like Abigail and Alex, it's a lot more than that, but we can go ahead and figure it out at the very least. Yes, there are a few NPCs that do not give you a T-set. I left them on here, but I won't be doing them today. In the future, I might come back and do them. So, for instance, Leo and the rest of the children can't give you a T-set. Robin, Willie, and Clint, wherever Clint is, there's Clint, can't give you a T-set either. So it's only a specific, well, it's most of the villagers can, but just a few of them cannot. The other reason I'm doing this is it's going to let me calculate what chances I have. Yeah, Marty cannot either. Thank you, Frazzle. It's going to let me calculate what chance I have of getting a T-set each year, which will give me a better estimate of how long, what year this run is going to go till as well, because the T-set is definitely the holdout. Not that it necessarily matters, but at the same time, it's kind of fun to figure it out. All right. So, we're not going to start with Abigail. The reason we're not going to start with Abigail is she has a unique schedule on the 25th of each month. However, we can't go to the 25th and watch her do what she does, because that would be that's the day of the winter star, and she's in town, so I can't get there to watch her. So we're gonna go ahead later on to check that. Okay, that does not disappear. Let's see what happens when I open this. I'm very curious. So I downloaded a mod. I kind of had to for this. It's very difficult to tell what tile someone's on. Puppy lovey. Ooh, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Hold on. Sorry, that is very loud. Let me quickly fix that. Down you go to like 5. Sorry you had to hear that. Puppy lovey, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Sorry, I got really distracted there for a second. Okay. Yes, a mod. It's horrible. I know. I downloaded the Automate mod because the Automate mod has a grid. I could not find a mod that did not have a grid. It was really annoying. Sorry. I couldn't find a mod that only had a grid. So we're going to use Automate. You're also going to notice something else here. The game sounds are still too loud. I don't know how you're supposed to do this correctly. Okay. I'm going to put it at 3? Hopefully that'll be better. You might also notice something a little weird here. So I've made a copy of my save. So I'm not technically using mods on my save. I also need to go ahead a few days in some cases. So thanks for following, Puppy. I will let you know we're doing a bit of a weird stream today. So typically we're doing our 999 challenge, and this is for that. But we need to do some testing. So it's going to probably be all stream today, unfortunately. Let's just go ahead and get into things here. Oh, you can't see my screen. 1 second. Okay, that's really loud, and something's wrong here. This appears to be a parsnip file. Well, hold on now. It seems like we have some issues. I love the Stardew update. Hey, mermaid. Oh, I just realized you're not seeing this either. Hold on. Let's see. Is this it? Yeah, there it is. Okay, something went wrong here, unfortunately. Let's try this one more time. Yeah, so this is obviously not right. I'm gonna go watch a film with friends, but have fun stalking NPCs. I will, thank you, mermaid. I might have to do some... I thought I fixed this up beforehand, but I might have to try something else really quickly. Was the second one right? Okay. Interesting. You can see why that might be confusing. Alright. Let me go into my app data here real quick. You will not be able to see this. I don't have a good way to make sure that works. I try to get everything set up before stream, but obviously things like this don't always go to plan. Why do I have 2 in here? Why don't I have 2 in here? Alright, I'm gonna try something crazy here. Okay. I need to back out of this. Mermaid, I will not be using the coordinates of the tiles. I can go back and figure them out later, but I'm going to, wherever they start is going to be 0, and if they're going this way for you all, then that's going to be negative, and if they're going this way, it's going to be positive. And I'm just going to start wherever they start at 0. Because all I need to know is if they're on the same tile they've been before. So technically I can go in and figure out the exact tile coordinates, but it's not important necessarily. It's pretty decent to get a rainbow shell at least. Alright. I have to leave out of this. Hopefully that took. I did back up my save before I did this, so don't worry if it looks weird. Okay, something's very strange about this, but we're gonna try this one. This should technically be it. Nope, okay. I probably should have named it one that wasn't like A. Okay. What happened to my testing file? Okay, I think what's happening is maybe Steam, well, this isn't, well, it is technically through Steam. Maybe Steam is doing something through cloud saves, like restoring the file. Maybe I have to turn off Steam's cloud saves. Okay, and how do I do that? I did not change the name. That might have done it. Have you done this before, Mermaid? Because I could use your help real quick here, unfortunately. Here, let me exit out of this real quick. Go back to my app data folder. Can you change the name? How does that work? Okay, so if I just change the name to, like, test, will that do it? Oh, I see what we gotta do. But I'll change this to testing. Crypto, thank you so much for the subscription. Time is flying by indeed. So awesome to have you here. Yeah, that's reminding me. I got to make my 5-month sub badge, because at some point that's going to be a thing. In save game info, and then the main file need to be save file edit in Notepad under farm. So I can't just copy paste it. Uh-oh. Let me go ahead and try this real quick. Thank you so much for the resubscription, Crypto Green. Welcome back to the stack. Thank you for your 3-month subscription. Okay, so it did not get saved, huh? It is $189 for a full seller. I'm glad you enjoy the emote, Crypto. That reminds me, we do have 2 more emotes. Alright, so we go to... Okay, you go to save game info. Here, I can just... calendar accounts, Snappy, Streamlabs. No, it doesn't let me capture that. Interesting. Probably a good idea to not let you capture your file explorer, actually, now that I'm thinking about that. Alright. Let's go ahead here. Gonna copy my saves. Whoops. I think Steam is overwriting with cloud, so I'm going to go offline on Steam. Okay. That's a start. I've copied my save. Delete that. Go to save game info. Open it with Notepad. Really does not want to be opened with something. Notepad. There we go. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of stuff in here. Okay. Control F SEAXH space farm. It says it's not in there. Yeah, I did use Control F. Oh, search farm. Okay, okay, my bad. Just the word farm. Got it. Okay, that's farmer. Farmer, 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 farmer. Oh, let's find exact match, huh? A lot of things that say farmer. Oh. How do I find previous? No! Okay, farm name is not it. Okay, let's see here. Farm string key int value items string straw floor. Oh, that's not right. Okay, hold on. Wood floor. Did I go too far? Oh no, that's warp totem farm. Gotta be above that, right? Okay. I'm thinking the other way might be easier. I thought I could just make a copy of the farm nice and easily, and it seemed to work, but I guess it did not work, unfortunately. Okay, so I think we're going to do the other method Ramoon was talking about, which is to download Snappy. So let's do this real quick here. Hey, welcome in, Katharina. Okay. Apologies, everyone. I assumed there would be tech issues, but I was kind of hoping to work through them a little faster than this. There it is. Okay. Oh, wait. I know what I can do. I can just use my farm. I have a backup. I'll just use the actual farm. That's perfectly fine. I don't need a copy. And then I get rid of it and I add it back in. It's a little scary, but it shouldn't be an issue at all. Testing isn't here. Alright. Welcome in, Katharina. I think I already said that, didn't I? Okay. So it's winter, Thursday 11. We're going to quickly head over. So Abigail we can't do right now, because Abigail has a little secret here. Deviations. On the 25th of any month, when you have more than 6 hearts with Sebastian, which I do, she does something different than she would normally do on winter. So we can't check this on the 25th of winter, but we'll go to fall 25. So depending on what other people have, that might be the last one we do. Okay, Alex does not seem to have such deviations. So it looks like Alex does his regular schedule. So we could really go watch Alex on any day that's not a Wednesday. That's not a Wednesday in winter. Okay. So he's a big walker, unfortunately. So we're gonna have to watch him pretty closely. The other thing we need to do is turn on live split. I almost forgot. Oh, there it is. Say hello to live split. Okay, so we have automate on, so we can do this. That shows us where each of the tiles is on the map. And that's going to be really useful for what comes next here. But for now, I'll leave it off. The annoying part about this, unfortunately, is that we just have to wait for Alex to get started. Looks like he doesn't move until 9 a.m. It's a nice place for him to stand, right? So how's everyone doing today? Hope you're having a great day. I just got back from a little charity thing that I do yearly with my mother, and well, but really my whole family. My mother is pretty much runs it though. She's one of the people really helping out with it. I'm not going to name the specific charity because it would be very easy to find out who I was if I did. But it was very fun. A lot of work. It thunderstormed while we were getting ready and everything, but it cleared up just in time for the 5K. Come on, Alex. Okay, so we can get some things ready right now. Well, actually, this part, we're going to be watching it back on VLC because that's a lot easier to mark like when things happen. So for this part, all we're going to be doing is recording. So at like 8:50, I'm going to hit record and start my timer. The timer is just there so I kind of know what time it is at any given time. So if I need to see like exactly when he passed the threshold, I can do the math on VLC and figure out how long it was. So we're going to follow him all the way until 2 p.m. This stream is going to be a little boring, and I do apologize for that, but I need to get this done, and I figured some people would want to join me and hang out. Okay, so I'm going to be recording now, and I'm going to go ahead and hit my timer right. Oh no, hold on. What are you doing, live split? You have a job to do. Well, now you're working. Fine. Alright. Yeah, I gotta make sure I don't get in his way or in any way impede his progress. Okay, so he's not going to move off that tile, so that's fine. Because I only care about the horizontal tiles. So now he's moving this way. I should get my mouse out of there. That's going to be annoying for me later. So for instance, him walking like this is really nice for us. Because for about like 30 minutes, we don't have to worry. This is all the same item. As he moves over here. Scare the birds away. I might need to talk or figure out exactly what a scene transition does. I don't want to block him at all. We're good. Having to redo this would be the worst. Oh, dang it. I should not click off screen. Hope that didn't mess anything up. It shouldn't, because I should be able to orientate myself with the changes on here. Alright, and now this dude works out forever. I actually don't know when it stops, but we're going to watch him until 2 p.m. just in case it does. We're going to watch him very carefully. No problem, Frazzle. Well, I'm doing it for me, but I'm glad I'll be able to help out. We're watching Alex work out. Welcome in, Zin. Hope you're having a great day today. We are attempting to get a tea set in the best possible way we can. And the best possible way we can do that, whoops, I shouldn't be pausing the game. Oh well, shouldn't matter at this point. Is to learn the NPC paths on the day of the Feast of the Winter Star. Because the path that they take, the location they are, the horizontal position, you can see I've got my tiles on here. Like this is what it normally looks like. Although the tiles in here are pretty easy to see. Their horizontal position determines what gift you get. So this line here, all the way down here, as long as Alex is on this when I enter the Feast of the Winter Star, I'll get the same gift. If he's on this line here, I'll get a different gift. So I am tracking where they go on each day to determine exactly how much, exactly how many times I need to reset to get my tea set. Or like how many times I have to try before I know I'm not going to get a tea set. And time. Okay, that's not too bad. It does end at 2 p.m., right? Because that would be embarrassing if it wasn't. I'm pretty sure 2 p.m. is the last time you can go in. Okay, so that was Alex. It's about 4 minutes, it looks like. Pretty much exactly 4 minutes of time passes. Wait, I worked that out, didn't I? I think I worked that out earlier, and it was about 4 minutes of time. Okay. So, we stop recording there. I'm hearing, like, a lot of background noise. Oh, that's inside the spa. Wow, that's an annoying sound. I think it's 150, but it's just the last period. What do you mean by that, Frazzle? We're going to now go back, load on in. Good morning, Leah. Can you get your spouse for Feast of the Winter Star? We should probably figure out who we're following next, huh? Okay, so that was Alex. We are done with Alex. Yay. Caroline should be next. We'll see if Caroline has a weird one. So she has a Thursday schedule. Ooh. Yeah, it's not Winter 25, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. So it looks like it's her regular schedule because there's no Thursday on here at all. I don't think it can rain in the winter, right? At least not technically. Oh yeah, you're absolutely right, Frazzle. But you can enter after 150 but before 2. So some characters can move in that time period. So at 2 you can't enter, but at 150 like 0.5 you can. Okay, let's see. So regular schedule. Oh, she's gonna be in her sunroom. Okay, so this actually looks like it's a bit of an annoying one. That's fine, we'll make it work. So this is our 0 position. I wonder if opening the doors slows them down. Should I have left that closed? Not allowed to close it. I don't think it does. I think they keep moving. Okay, well, let's reset our timer. Stand in the fireplace. Stardew's not on screen. You are absolutely correct. Thank you for letting me know. Wiki stream, yep. Okay. Okay, so we don't actually start recording until 9. She might actually be standing still because she's going to be in her tea garden by 9. Oh no, she comes over here first. Just listening to their little footsteps is very funny to me at this point. It's funny that Pierce starts at his store and then moves away and then goes back to his store. Alright, time to start recording now and start my timer. There goes Abby. Can't wait to track her, but we're looking at Carolyn today. So since Carolyn is standing still all this time, we only have to go in 1. Oh, don't worry, I have to shine. This is not something that's obvious. We're going to be stalking Carolyn until 2 p.m. Okay, good. She stays in here for a while now, I'm pretty sure. I think this counts as a different area than the other one, which is interesting. Alright, so here's how this works at the Shine. So the tea set, whether or not you, well, not even just the tea set, the gift of the Winter Star, the gift you get, is determined by the location of the NPC giving you a gift when you enter the Feast of the Winter Star. So, for instance, if we entered the Feast of the Winter Star at 10:50, we would get whatever gift is associated with Carolyn's horizontal position. So it's here, basically. If she was here, it would be a different gift. If it was here, it would be this gift. But if we enter it at a different time, say she walked over here at like 11:10, then it would be, if we entered at 11:10, we'd get whatever is associated with these tiles here. So we're recording the location of Carolyn. We already did Alex. And then we're going to go back kind of frame by frame. It's the reason why I have the timer up here as well. Yeah. It's a little bit annoying, but doing this now is going to make it so much easier to reset for T-sets later on. Speaking of which, there's a command, !T-set, if you want to check that out. It's not as interesting as it sounds, but I thought it was kind of fun. Okay, following Carolyn. Oh my gosh, it does slow her down. Ooh. Okay, opening doors is a bad idea. Hey, Chunky. Oh, you're already here, Chunky. Like how Carolyn appears to go shopping in her own husband's shop. I assume she's stocking shelves or something. But like Elliot came in, he's clearly shopping, right? Just looking for a bit. Yeah, no problem with that. I just forgot you came in earlier. Come on. Really? Really, Carolyn? Gotta make this a little hard on me, don't you? Oh, that's a lot. Oh, Carolyn, please stop walking in that direction. Okay, I think that's it. Oh no, she moved again! Alright. That one's annoying. But fine. I was thinking about it, Frazzle. It's only going to affect just that first section, so maybe I'll just take it into account slightly. Because it's only going to affect that first section. Because once she stops by the table, she doesn't leave again until a specific time. So it's only affecting that. So it might not matter. Or maybe I can just take into account. I think I also... No, I didn't open Alex's door. So I'm going to make sure not to do that in the future. Okay, so that is Carolyn. Oops, where's my mouse? There we are. That was an interesting noise that this just made. Okay, we're gonna head on over to who's ever next. Alex is who we did first, so we're doing everyone. Everyone I can get a T-set from, we have to check. So I think today I'm gonna do the recording. Maybe tomorrow. I'm planning on maybe streaming a bit tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow I'll do everything else, because it's a little boring, I know, to do this stuff. Okay, let's see here. We're gonna go for... Ooh, who's after Carolyn? Oh, I gotta check here. Clint, we don't need... Do we need Demetrius? I think we do. Scrolling down here. T-set. Yes, so Clint, Evelyn, Marnie, Robin, and Willie are the only ones that can't give it. Let me make that clear on here. And the children. So Clint, I'm just going to write no next to them here. Whoops. Oh my goodness. So technically speaking, you'd probably want to do this before you met Leo. Is that you'd be more likely to get a T-set technically. But that sounds like work. So for those of you following along at home, that might be the ideal. I don't know if I'd recommend it. Marnie. Oh, Willie's not on here. Hold on. Oh no, Willie's on here. So Clint, Evelyn, Marnie, Robin, Willie. Clint, Evelyn, Marnie, Robin, Willie. We've got Vincent, Leo, and Jazz. Jazz. Okay. That's easy enough for me to remember now. Does Seb give you a tea set? If you only move 3 places, wouldn't that be kind of consistent? Yes. So I only have to check 3 times for Sebastian. I have to figure out when those times are exactly, but I only have to check 3 times. Isn't there a way to step manip this somehow if you dug around the code? Hey, cats. So Blade and Mermaid have both kind of dug around the code for me. You cannot step manip it. It's based on the location of the NPC. We kind of are step manipping it right now. It's based on the location of the NPC when you enter the festival. So that's what we're checking. We're recording their location, and we're going to go back through and watch it on VLC with like frame advance and see exactly where they are at any given time. That way we know when we enter the festival at the right time that it'll be a different gift. And if it'll be the same gift, we don't have to worry about that. So if they're standing still for an hour, we only need to check once during that hour, if that makes sense. Okay, next up is Demetrius. Who I'm sure will have a lovely schedule. Demetrius. Winter. How can you have a rainy day during winter? Uh-oh. That doesn't seem right, does it? Oh. That's kind of weird. Why do they have a rainy day and not just a normal one? If Oh, you can make a rain totem. Okay. So we're probably not going to do that. He stays still for the first hour. Looks like the first 2 hours. So it would be winter 25, a Thursday. Oh, you're talking about Seb? Yeah, Seb apparently moves 3 times. Someone's done the work for Seb before. I don't remember why. I think it was Wickety Chickety for a YouTube short. So we know that Seb only has 3 gifts. But it looks like Demetrius has more than that. Oh, maybe not. It looks like Demetrius only has a few. So he moves... Interesting. Alright, well, let's go ahead and find out. So... Thank you. Yeah, I guess it is a bit of a dedication. I don't know. Realistically, this is saving me a lot of time in the future. So, the challenge certainly is a bit of dedication, but this in particular, this is actually me saving time. Hey, look, I want that. Doesn't matter if I pick things up right now, though. It changes based on what tile they're on. Yes, so that's what we're calculating. Oh, let's go ahead and throw this on. So, sorry, that's enigmatic. Oh, gosh. Enigmatic. I'm thinking of there's a Minecraft mod called, like, Enigmatica, and I can't unthink about that word. But I think it's enigmatic, right? Igmatic? There we go, igmatic. I'm sorry. So, if they walk across, like, 5 squares in 10 minutes, then yes, it depends where they are exactly when you enter. By the tile here. So exactly is probably not the right word. So if they walk all the way there, that means that if they're here at like 5:02, but luckily we've taken this into account somewhat. So if I head back over... Oh, sorry. I have my Stardew up. Perfect. I need to be here anyways. So I've actually divided up each 10-minute period into 4. So that should technically be enough. If not, I might have to redo these times on here. We'll see. So all I'm going to be doing is the times are always this is always going to be 0, and if they walk to the left, like first thing they do, walk to the left, then it'll be -1 first. And if they keep walking to the left, -2, -3, because all I care about is that they're on a different tile than they were before. Alright, let's go ahead and pull Stardew Valley back up. Sorry about that. You didn't miss anything yet. I'm just waiting for Demetrius to move. Hi, Demetrius. Well, we're waiting for 9, because that's when it matters. I can't enter the festival until 9. Enigmatic. Yeah, there we go. I don't really care how you say it, just care how it's pronounced. Is Matic okay? Because I'm going to forget that first part. Sure. Alright, thanks, Matic. Alright, we're going to go with... Oh, we need to start recording. I like to start the 10 minutes beforehand. And we need to start the timer. Okay. Apparently he doesn't move until 11, but I just want to make sure that's true. Sometimes the wiki is wrong. I'm hoping that it's right about the days he moves. And worst comes to worst, this is a Thursday, so it's as similar as we can get to the Feast of the Winter Star. Hopefully none of them have like unique pathing on the Feast of the Winter Star. I don't think Concerned Ape would do that, because you can't really see them moving unless they're outside of town. At least no one in the wiki caught it, or at least said anything. It's certainly possible, though. And that newspaper must be real good. Alright, he should be moving now? Now. There it is. Yeah. He does not move very far, though. And I'm pretty sure that's where he stays until 2 p.m. He's raiding the funnies, yep. That explains all his humor, where it comes from. In which case, please burn that newspaper. So this one should be pretty easy. Let's see here. Okay, on the spreadsheet, I'm going to mark down the ones I've done so far, so I don't forget. Because I'm now realizing, even with 3, I'm like, which ones have I done already? At least Demetrius is a hard worker. It's amazing that, like, most days, this is like every day except for Friday, he literally just reads the newspaper, and then I guess he does go outside later. This is just from like 11 a.m. until like 5 p.m. just sits here. I guess that's what a job is, isn't it? I feel like I should realize that. Hey Clackety, how are you doing today? Ooh, that's a fun emote. What's that one? Wild card, sit hay. Ooh, okay. And we are done. Huzzah! Alright, whoops. Put that back. Okay, so these are wrong. I was just making a point with that. Alright, so I'm just going to write vid on the ones that I've done, but haven't... well, really, just on the videos I've done so far. Ooh. Gotta get that golden chicken soon, and then you'll be making tons of money. And eggs. Mostly the egg part. Alright, Elliot is next. We need to see where Elliot goes, though. Elliot's pencil. Alright, Winter. This is only possible using a raid totem. There we go. Okay, Wednesday the 17th. Nothing special on the 25th. Okay, so this is always Thursday. I have +6 hearts with Leah, so who cares? Anyways. So this is just Friday. Okay. Oh, that's right, we saw him. Okay, so he goes up to that counter and he stays there for the rest of the time we have. Watering his plant with seawater. That seems like a bad idea, doesn't it, Strawberry? Although, I guess, technically, if you have the beach farm, you probably water your plants with seawater often. I can't imagine that's good for them for a variety of reasons. I'm so used to going to talk to Leah first thing. Sorry, Leah, I don't need you today. He says he accidentally does it. Yes, we're doing a wiki stream. Yes, hello, Elliot. I'm gonna stare at you menacingly. Oh, I see. Sorry, we don't have Stardew. You're not missing anything. But yes, you probably want to see the gameplay. Ooh, this is more boring than I thought it would be, if I'm being completely honest. I might do most of this off stream in the future. Maybe I'll well, I mean, I'm gonna record it, but I don't know. I assume this is not something people want to see for the most part, now that I'm thinking about it more. The really silly thing I could do is I could record all of these, but only check once I know who's giving me my gift. Every villager, we go to 2 p.m. each time. Going to 2 p.m. from 6 a.m. takes approximately 7 seconds every 10 minutes. 7 seconds every 10 minutes. 7 times 6. Yeah, it takes a while. Probably about 10 minutes for each villager if we're going, you know, if we don't pause the game at all. Let's go ahead and turn these on. Engage the grid. Thank you, Peanut. Almost forgot. I don't think he moves for a while. Luckily, I guess. Someone can do the math on that real quick. Let's see, 6 to 14 is several hours. It's 8 hours. 8 divided by, I mean, 8 times 42, I think is the amount of seconds. 336 divided by 60. Takes about 6 minutes, it says. Feels like it's been longer. Oh. Yeah. Oh. He's going to... Oh, he went to the window. Was expecting that. Yeah. I think 11:30 he heads out. I wonder what's out there. It's the back of his cabin, right? So it kind of just faces that little bit of woods there. Yeah, it's not a bad place to look, I guess. He moved back? What the heck? I'm gonna move out of the way just in case he does another weird thing. And he runs into me or something and messes up everything. Technically speaking, he's gone across all these tiles now. I assume each map has different coordinates. I might have to double check that with like Blade's Predictor or something. So like when you go from the beach to the town, it's probably like a different horizontal position. We're going to be following... Oh, we don't need to follow Evelyn, actually. I was going to say we're following you later, but... She would technically be next, I think, but she can't give me a T-set. Isn't it kind of weird that she can't give a T-set? He strikes me as someone that should probably be able to, right? Alright. As far as I know, he stays there until the end of the time, but we're going to watch the whole thing. Oh yeah, Strawberry, you were able to finish your book, right? Oh, not book. I'm getting confused with Elliot. You were able to finish... Whoops. Sorry, Abby. Your assignment, right? Or are you just saying you're still working on it, but you've got 15 out of 12 pages done? Carolyn, we followed you before. It's gonna be kind of fun, like, overlapping with other villager paths. Okay. That's one Elliot done. Let's go here. Emily. Emily is next. You finished it. You just have a whole other paper to do. Yeah, that's college life right there, isn't it? Ugh. I finished my paper, but I was so far behind on it that we're mostly done with another paper. Alright, we actually did not check if we can do Emily today. I also forgot to pause my timer, but it doesn't really matter that it kept going. We should make sure that Emily works. Okay. Whoop, let me switch back to the wiki. Wait, what's today? So we are on the 11th, which I think means that this is a no-go for show. Okay, switching back to the wiki here. She has a special thing. Yeah, it's her her Harvey visit day. Okay, so we cannot do Emily at the moment. We're gonna have to go... next Thursday, probably. Oh, it looks like Friday is special. Saturday does not appear to be special. Okay. So let me go ahead and write when we need to check this one. There we go. So... we are currently on winter... noise is 11, so we need to go to winter 13. Okay. We gotta stay here, because we have to check George now. I'm guessing George's should probably good. George's will probably be good. Okay, winter 17, that's fine. Tuesday, nope, doesn't matter. Summer Friday. Sunday, Alex's heart event witnessed. None of these. We're looking for Thursday during the winter. Or the 25th. None of them are there. So, a man after my own heart. Okay. Let's go check him out. That is not where George lives. Hi, George. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think doing this task makes for very good streaming because... yeah, obviously. I just have to sit around here and wait for so many times. We're going to finish up George, and I think we're just going to go into the challenge. Gotta go. No problem, Peanut. Good luck. Oh, enjoy my research project. I thought you said you're going to a research project. It makes for great content. Exactly, Chunky. So I might do this off-stream tomorrow. It'd be a fun Sunday, I guess. I can watch other people stream while I'm doing it, technically. I'll finish up George, and then we'll get back into the challenge. It's not super important that we do this right now. I was kind of hoping... well, we're not going to get to the Feast of the Winter Star today anyways. We'll get close. So I'll just have to do this on Sunday, get it ready, and then on Tuesday we'll probably be doing the T-Set Reset stream. And so I'll check for the person that I get. I can actually use this to find out which person I'm going to get. Interesting. Okay, gotta record. Go for it, George. You watch that TV. I don't think George leaves his house, so I can actually not move for this entire time, I'm pretty sure. And he keeps trying to have more kids, knowing fully well what I did for the first two. Honey dear, maybe you'll like these two better? I just really want children. Oh, that's like especially horrible to Penny. Now that I'm thinking about it, Penny would absolutely want children like more than anything, and you turn them into doves. Oh God. Oh God. Oh, here comes the George Express. Choo choo. 10th time. I thought after you said no like enough times, they stop asking. Or is it maybe that it's like limited to like once per month or something? Who knows what secrets Evelyn is whispering to George's ear right now? She never stops. Interesting. You'd think, like, you know, some people don't want kids, so I'm surprised, like, Concerned Ape wouldn't have made it so, like, if you say no enough times, they just stop asking. Maybe Penny in particular, they make sure that she keeps asking, because she's the person that would definitely want kids. Oh, if you get rid of the crib. Okay, that makes sense. You're too lazy to get rid of a crib. You're like someone who moves into a new house and just like had an old fridge that they've never used, just doesn't work. It's just been sitting there for years and years. Actually, that's probably a lot of people now I'm thinking about it. This is a nice plant. I like this plant. It was actually pretty chill with how tired I am today. I feel like I'm gonna fall asleep if I keep doing this. Okay, we're almost done with George. Maybe. Okay, so stop recording, stop the countdown timer, count up timer, opposite thing. Okay, let's go ahead and write that George has a video. Okay. That seems like he'll be pretty easy too. I imagine he'll just go to his station. However, I've tortured you all enough. I apologize. Let's get back to the challenge. I'm getting sick of this already. I'm gonna put on some nice music and just relax. Well, maybe not music because it'll be copyrighted. I'll probably watch a stream tomorrow and just knock all these out. But we're gonna close up Snappy here, and we're gonna open. Well, let's exit Live Split too. We're gonna open up Stardew the traditional way. First of all, Steam, go online, leave offline mode. And let's play some Stardew Valley, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! Stardew? Oh, I know why. Capture. Is this it? No. Stardew Valley. There it is. Okay. All right, everyone. Let's do some challenge thing. Let's do the 999 challenge. Just sitting there was being very boring. Okay, so I have a backup of my world, and that's what I'm going to load into with Smappy when I do my thing. So this is my world. Let's just go from here. Bunny, you're just in time to watch the actual gameplay. Frazzle Duck with the Frazzle Eggplant. Duck, do you stream? I didn't know that. You gotta tell me these things. Do stream. Well, you just earned yourself a follow, buddy. Oh, it's been ages. Still got the emotes, though. Oh, man, it feels nice to actually play the game. I'm about to go on an auto pet grind. Hopefully I'll be able to get at least 6 to stock all my barns and coops. Yeah, I was pretty lucky in that, like, well, I wasn't lucky because for a long time I didn't have an auto petter, but I got all my auto petters relatively quickly. Does it mean I have to stream again? I'll join you if you do, for sure. But I'm not gonna make anyone stream. It can certainly be a lot sometimes. I'll say that for sure. We were doing some T-set routing, which reminds me, I have to change my title. How do I do that? Edit stream info. I'm running out of ideas for creative titles. Alright, title updated. I tried slingshots the first time. It's weird. Ooh. This is on the Switch, right, Strawberry? Yeah. It's something you definitely have to get used to. It's like really weird on PC the first time you use them. Yeah, exactly what I was talking about, Frazzle. It's just like it doesn't feel like it makes sense, but you just gotta get used to it. You gotta force yourself to learn like the pull back. Of course, now they just have the point and hold option as well, which is easier, but it's slower, which is unfortunately bad for things like speedrunning or challenge running. I still need to try it, but it does seem okie, a lot of fun. Like a lot of fun. Okay, yep. Grab that carp row. Hey, we only need 2 more here. We're about to finish a stack. And this is an official stack too. Not like a false stack where it's like, yeah, we got a stack, but we're not done. But as soon as we're done with aged carp row, that's it. I don't need any more of that stuff. Stack. We'll probably finish it this stream. Maybe. It's gonna take at least 6 days. Yeah, we should be able to. Ooh. Oops, wrong spot for those. Sorry, 2 big chats here. I'm going to try and fully finish fish once per real month, so that'll be at least 50 months. You think you could manage it in that short of time? That seems like it'd be pretty difficult. Minus crab putts, sub-legendaries, and forage, of course, yeah. Yeah, there are very specific things that would be more difficult, but like even like individual fish, IRL month is a while. Do you have a lot of fish ponds yet, Chunky? Or are you talking about like including the... you were doing quality, right? Are you including the quality with that? I can't imagine being able to finish that in the IRL month. Oof. If you can, you can. And that's awesome. I haven't like tested it or anything. Yeah, full qualities. That's just so much fishing. Get the ones that are out of the way first. Like the, at least for me, it was, well... The thing is, though, Chunky, if you're like fishing in the ocean, you're going to be getting a whole bunch at the same time, right? It's probably better to go for all of them at the same time. So, like, get red snapper, red the other one, and all of that as well. Just thinking about it, send a chill down your spine. Not a good chill, I hope. Or maybe it is a good chill for you, I don't know. To me, that's just so much work. Oof. Yeah, it's on the Switch. Sorry, Strawberry, I saw your message. I was just finishing up what I was saying. I just had to hold down the B button for it and fire in the direction. Aiming doesn't seem to be very bad, but I had this idea that you can just fire and blow up everything. Yeah, because at least for the Switch controls and then like the thing thing the Concerned Ape added, where you pull and release, you hold and release, it's a lot slower. Whoops, we have to go down here. Almost forgot. Yeah, it's a lot slower, unfortunately. Some people are completionists, Bunny. I understand completely why Chunky's doing it. I just chose to go a different route. The Monster Musk. Monster Musk. Alright, on to Trilobite. Mixed seeds are here. And it's time for Gem Talk. I exist for completion. If it's not complete, then neither am I. I like that. That's very... very final, I guess would be the best way to put it. Okay, something simple to start out with Gem Talk today. What is your favorite... dun, 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 holiday or annual event? So I wanted to include like all different things. So like, is it Christmas? Is it Halloween? What's your favorite holiday? Or if you have something more specific for where you're from, that's like a more of an annual event, I'm including that in there. This one's tough for me because I do really love Christmas. There's just like a week in the winter where everything just feels so Christmassy and wonderful. And I absolutely love Feast of the Winter Star. That is never going to be my favorite, not anymore. But I don't know. Ooh, it's so hard. I probably have to go with Christmas, just because there's like so many good memories I have about Christmas. You know, so much is like concentrated around there. If there's like another summer holiday, there's like July 4th, and that's it. I wish there was another summer holiday. It would probably be that one. But I think it's definitely Christmas for me. Halloween does have a nice vibe, I have to admit that. There's like something about that like spooky time of year, you know? Just like when the weather is getting colder and chillier, but like you want it to because it's been warm for so long. I guess that's not everywhere, right? My birthday is my favorite holiday. Fair enough. I love Christmas. Mom gets really excited about it, and that passed on to me. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, Christmas is like this perfect mix of like, for some people at least, like family time and just like a time to relax, wind down, and I don't know. It's just like a perfect holiday mix of like everyone's kind of in a good mood, which is usually not the case most of the year. I don't know how to describe it other than that. Everyone just seems more happy to see everyone else. So Halloween and Christmas, huh? I guess all the other holidays just don't have as big of an impact, right? They're like there for a day and then we move on. Christmas purely for eggnog. I've never actually had eggnog, Chunky. I have a feeling like I have a very sensitive... I want to say the word palate, but it makes me sound like a twat, so, wait, that's a bad swear word. Never mind, I won't say that again. I have a really sensitive, tongue, we'll say. Taste. Shh, I didn't say that. That wasn't me. That was someone else. Sneakers, why would you say that? We're on stream, remember? Snob, there's the word I'm looking for. I have a sensitive palate. Something like that, basically. We are all basic. I mean, yeah, that's true. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. No, I mean, just like Halloween and Christmas evoke a lot more emotions, I think, than most other holidays. Like they're both very. I don't know. Is Halloween universal? I know Christmas is pretty much universal. I'm sure there are some cultures that don't celebrate it, but even it's probably even caught on pretty much everywhere, even with cultures that normally wouldn't, just because it's such a holiday juggernaut. I guess would be the best way to put it. Halloween, I'm not so sure about. I don't think that's everywhere. Remember to drink water. Alright, let's head on over to... We did the beach. So we go to the island next. Yeah, it's already 4 p.m. I got an idea, by the way, about the tea set thing. What if, this might be crazy, what if every time I got someone that's giving me a gift, I went and I figured out their schedule? And then that way I spread out the work significantly. Why do you always spawn there? I can't get to you. So like once per year I do one of them. That'll make me a lot more enthused about it too, because I immediately see results. Wait, turnip? Oh, first jack-o'-lantern was made out of a turnip. Parsnip lantern. I like it. I feel like, you know, they're not as solid. Like, I feel like a pumpkin's got a really hard outer shell. I mean, I think turnips have, like, slightly hard outer shells, but not like pumpkins do. I mean, maybe pumpkins didn't always have that really hard outer shell. Because we've bred food to be very different than it used to be. Need to try it once. What if I need the info on someone else? Maybe I'll do a few of them. I'm going to spread it out. I think this year in particular, I'm just going to do the one, though. I think I need to spread this work out because it was so boring to do that. I get bored pretty easily, unfortunately. But I think, you know, I'm going to do it over the next, like, month IRL. I'm just not going to do it all at once. I think that might be a better way to handle it. Because just sitting there and doing it over and over and over again is going to get really boring really fast. Ancient food facts. The only one I know off the top of my head is like the honey that was found in the Egyptian tomb that was still good. Because honey like doesn't go bad at all. At least some types of honey, I think. But I would be glad to hear more, Chunky, if you've got them. Alright, we are gonna go bomb the mines, I guess. I'm gonna go buy some more bombs from the dwarf, because we're low. I am not a spy, Ms. Dwarf. The ancient corn only had 5 to 12 kernels encased in a hard shell. Yes, I've actually talked about this before in for class, because when I taught biology, we needed to talk about things like that. Kelsey, welcome in. So this one here, I've got 3 rings. These 2 are the same. They are a iridium band mixed with a glow ring. Sorry, not glow ring. Iridium band mixed with a luck ring. I don't know why I said glow. I saw the yellow and my first thought was glow ring. No, a luck ring. So +1 luck and then all the benefits in iridium band. I've got 2 of these. That way if I need more luck, I can do that. Or more pickup range. This one here, I'll put it over here, is a burglar ring mixed with a savage ring. So they both trigger on killing a monster. So I like to keep this on when I'm killing things, because it gives me more drops and gives me a speed boost. Speaking of which, though, I want both of these on for what I'm doing now. you should be right here. Oh yeah, I was talking to you, Chunky, wasn't I? Yeah, so all of those little food facts about how humans have changed food over time, we talk about it a lot in biology because it's important to understand, like, I mean, it's an idea behind evolution, right? By crossbreeding and cross-pollinating plants and breeding them for select things, you can change what they look like. So over long periods of time, humans bred corn to be bigger and juicier. Whoops. Rip ladder. And also true with watermelon. Yeah, watermelons used to be like the size of apples. Yeah, it's very, very compelling. Please don't die. There we go. Yeah, what I think it's called selective breeding, if I remember correctly. You select for certain traits and plants, and then you use the seeds from the plants that best exemplify that trait, and then you keep using those seeds to produce more plants. And eventually, you get crops that are much larger and juicier, or what you want them to be, than their older counterparts. Repeat a million times, and you basically got an entirely new plant. I'm going to try ring swapping more often, because I think it is beneficial for me to do that, especially here, to kill those bats, because I need the bat wings. It's just annoying is all. That's really it. I have to pause and everything. It's not like that annoying though. If I want to do more involved challenge runs in the future, I'm gonna need to practice things like that. Oh, hello. Dang it. Error! Welcome in! I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. I like that we used to have bananas that taste like banana medicine. Well, the reason that it's called banana medicine is because the bananas tasted that way. But yes, you're right. Those bananas went extinct due to a very bad parasite, if I remember correctly. And now all we have left of the remnants is just that flavor that we use. So banana flavored candy doesn't taste like bananas do now. Oh, did I? Oh, I didn't have space in my inventory. That's a fiddlehead burn. Yep, 3 months streaming already. That happened with many vegetables, for example. Broccoli, lettuce, kale, and Brussels sprouts. All came from the same ancient crop, but were focused on different things. Oh, that's really cool. I didn't know that one. That's very interesting, Chunky. So they all diverged from the same original crop. Hope you're having a good day so far, Eric. It is, like, surreal that I've been streaming for this many months already. It doesn't feel like it's been that long. I've been so busy between streaming and work that the last few months have just like flown by. I'm more surprised I actually resubscribed. You're in here quite a lot. I wouldn't be that surprised. Ooh. Oh, I see. It like automatically resubscribed. I don't know what would cause that. Alright, today is done. Let's go put everything away. Yeah, Twitch is weird sometimes with the subscriptions. I've noticed that myself for sure. You're not supposed to be here. Might be a different streamer. Could be. Never know. I don't steal people's money. They give it to me willingly after I ask them for it aggressively. There should be like a share your resubscription. You were like one of the first people to sub to me, so it is possible like it did already go through a little bit back. Just looked it up to confirm the not even gonna try, but thank you for bringing it, Chunky. Diverged into 6 different crops: cabbage, Brussels sprouts, something, kale, broccoli, and cauliflower. I mean, at my cart expenses. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know how Twitch notifies you about that sort of thing. I mean, I should, because I pay for a lot of subscriptions at the moment. But, it shows up on my credit card info, usually. So your credit card sends you in the mail, like, a rundown of what you bought. And mine shows my Twitch subscriptions. That's how I know how much money I'm wasting. I mean, putting back into the community. That's the word, right? I pretty much put every dollar I earned from Twitch streaming back into someone else's Twitch stream by subbing to them or something else. I haven't done the actual math on it, but it's probably pretty close. Although, I get an intentional or international alert for subs. What do you mean by that, Frazzle? Like, if there's someone who subs to you that's from a different country, it tells you? Or am I completely misreading what that means? Error! Well, this is here. Thank you so much for the 3 months of resubscription. Welcome back to the stack. Enjoy your new sub badge, which you've already been enjoying, it seems. Your emotes and your ad-free viewing. That's the one. I'm Canadian, so when I charge a Twitch sub, it comes from the American company, and it wants my card warns you. I see. Okay, your card is just like, error. This is from another country. Are you sure you want to proceed with this? Uh-oh. Oh no, I starved my animals again. I'm normally not this bad about this, I swear, guys. Okay. Hopefully they're not that starving, right? Oh, that reminds me. I forgot to mention this earlier, but I've added 2 more emotes to the channel. Oh, one hasn't gone through yet, but this one has. This is for... It's really hard to see. I was kind of hoping it'd be a little bigger than this. That is for a bit subscript, or if you give enough bits to the channel, I guess. you have access to that. I think it's 1,000 bits. And then there's another one, yeah, 1K bits, that's it there. And then there's another one for, I think, the tier 3 subscription. They were just things I had laying around, so I'm like, okay, I might as well put them on there since I don't have anything there. One of them hasn't gotten, the tier 3 one hasn't gotten approved yet, unfortunately. The approval system has been really slow lately. Most of my emotes were like approved very quickly, and now it's like taking forever. You don't have to pay for it, Error. The point is there is an incentive if you really want it. I'm probably going to be fixing it later because I want to use the same font as the other one. Yeah, you don't have to do it. Just letting people know that they exist now, or they will exist. Is that really 21 euros? Seems like a lot. Shouldn't that be like 10 euros? Not 21? Anyways, doesn't matter, because you don't have to do it. I was just letting you know that those things exist. I'm so sorry, goatees. Okay. They're fine. They'll survive a day. Okay, it's 15. Sorry, Alexa. Oh, did we hit 100 months? We might be at 100 months with our oldest fellas. Oh, these are all happy. Okay. So that is our oldest fella. So close. Ducky, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. We started out stream doing some T-set stuff, but I got bored. So we're back to the normal 999 challenge. Off stream tomorrow with the help of watching some streams and doing some other stuff. I'll probably take care of that stuff. Look at, we're in luck today. We got a juice. We'll take a coconut. And that's it, unfortunately. Another duck. We got the double duck going on. Not as good as the triple duck, but, you know, we can't all be perfect. Ducks unite. So quick, someone changed their Twitch username. You can only do it every 6 months, so I wouldn't highly recommend doing that. I've had to do it a few times. I think I told that story before, right? There you go, Duck. Yep. Oh, it's not 6 months. It's only 60 days. Oh, that's only 2 months. Yeah, 60 days. I remembered the 6, but not much else. I remember last year I had to fix my name, and it was very complicated, very annoying, but we finally got it back. But I had to like set an alert for 60 days to change it. You have a tier 3 resubscription in 2 days? Oh, wow. Okay, I can repeat the story. Like, I told it a long time ago, so I did not have nearly as many viewers as I do now. So basically what ended up happening was a long time ago, I created the account, the algorithm, and I was very happy with it. I'm like, this is awesome. This was like 4 years ago or something. No one else has this name, and I really like this pun. That's really cool. About a year later, for unspecified reasons, Twitch just, like, wouldn't let me get into my account. So it sent me, like, a verification email, but it was never sending. I contacted some people, nothing really worked out. So I eventually just kind of gave up. I was like, okay, well, this isn't working. I'll just make a new account. I wasn't really subscribed to anyone or anything. I barely subscribed to anyone at the time. So it's whatever. I'll just make a new account. Whoops. Wasn't supposed to click on that. Interesting. How did I... Oh, I'm holding my return scepter. I thought I was supposed to warp to the beach. So I made the algorithm again, except my... This is this thing that the those bots were doing on Twitter that I saw. Oh, no problem, Mara. Thank you for stopping by. So, essentially, I changed my name. Instead of having an L, it was a capital I. So it still looked like the algorithm. And just made that account. So during that time, I had made a Reddit post like, hey, Twitch will not send me a verification email. What is going on? Like, and no one had a good answer for me. I only got like 2 responses because it was like on the Twitch subreddit. But like literally 2 years later, someone messaged that, because for whatever reason, I don't know what happened with Reddit. Chunky, what's up? For whatever reason, they just like unarchived a bunch of very old threads, like all at the same time. So someone found my thread and it's like, hey, I know this was like multiple years ago, but I actually found a solution to this. You have to like email this specific account with exactly what's wrong. And so I was like, I like messaged back, like, thank you so much. That's awesome that you were able to figure that out. I was like, I'm kind of okay with my account now, so it really doesn't matter that much. But I was like, it was like stewing in my mind. It's like, wait, I could fix my name. I could go back to what I was. I really liked the algorithm. Yeah, IGO. The IGO rhythm. But I have to go and delete that other account, and then I can change my name. So I go through this whole process. It took like a few days. Basically, like Twitch had to like reach out to me. Something I didn't tell last time that I just now remembered. I had like Twitch sent me like the verification email or whatever to fix it, and I like totally forgot about it. And then like a month later, I'm like, oh, this link doesn't work anymore. And the Twitch guy's like, I sent it to you a month ago. It expired. So he sends me another one, or she. I don't know who it was. And I get it all fixed up. So then I delete the account and I change my name. However, I think I had changed my name already for some reason. I don't remember why, like literally just before that. Oh, I remember. I was capitalizing all my letters in my name. I'm like, oh, I didn't even know you could do that. So I changed it so the proper letters were capitalized. And then when I went back, when I switched my account, it was literally like a day after I did that. So I'm like, oh, I can't change my name to that account until then. I'm like, well, I better hope no one takes the name in 60 days. So I set an alarm on my phone for that time period, and I was able to switch my name after 60 days. It was like right on my birthday too, the 60-day mark. This was like a year ago or so. And now I am officially back to being the algorithm. Yay. Oh yeah, I didn't want to resume using the old account because like my preferences in Twitch had changed so significantly. Like I didn't recognize half the people I was following, and I was subscribed to a whole bunch of people on my new account. This was after I discovered Stardew Valley Twitch streams. Yeah, it was nice. It was pretty unlikely that someone would have in those 60 days. But knowing my luck, I was just waiting for it to happen. I was like, oh yeah, that's what's gonna happen. I was resigned to the fact that it might happen, and I'd live with that. But we got lucky. I got my name. I think we're good. I want to get those so badly, but I bet they're nothing important. They just feel like they're important, you know? Oh my goodness! Frazzle, thank you so much for the subscription. Welcome to the stack. It's so awesome to have you here. Enjoy your sub badges, emotes, and ad-free viewing. And thank you so much for joining our little community here. Whoa, no one saw that. Okay, we're good. I grabbed the side of my screen and pulled too hard. What's your combat level, Strawberry? Well, you can make it, so that shouldn't be a problem. You should be able to buy it from the Adventure Guild. Do you have a slingshot in your inventory? Because you need a slingshot in your inventory to buy it. Which is kind of weird in my opinion. But yes, you do. I remember that being an annoying thing. Strawberry can craft it. so they definitely have the right combat level. You just wanted to be the ability to use that emote. Fair enough. I guess that's kind of what emotes are supposed to be for, right? Whoops. I mean, that's why, yeah. Sometimes emotes are good at getting people to sub. I don't know. I tried to just have some fun emotes. I'm still waiting for one that I think is pretty fun. It's taking its time. It's been like almost a week. No, you buy it from the Adventure Guild. So if you just go to the Adventure Guild, you should find it. You're gonna send my alert, Frazzle? No problem. You want to play Stardew? Yep, I get that. God, who would want to play this game? Silly ideas. Onion's not here to run my death poll, so I better actually not die. Come back here. Luckily hats don't stack. Some would be a pain to collect. Pretty much every hat, except for the ones you can buy, would be a pain to collect. I miss Onion. Yeah, we all miss Onion. Onion will be back on Tuesday, I hope. I might have to consider a second mod at some point. Obviously, Onion can't be here all the time. And I can usually handle chat, but like if I get raided or something, it might be nice to have someone else here to handle some of those things. Which normally isn't something I'd be concerned about, but yes, imagine I would have to use a predictor, and you can't even use a predictor for the living hat, I'm pretty sure. It's just completely game random 1 based on the weed, right? Oh, welcome in, by the way, Godzilla. Hope you're having a good day so far. Hey, Q-Gem. Yeah, the living hat would be absolutely impossible. You'd have to like break on average like 1,000 weeds a day, and it would still take 999 years probably. Something ridiculous like that. Anything for completion. Not anything, Chunky. Don't hurt yourself now. Hey, that's a Galaxy Soul. We'll take that. Come back here, Bat. Onion not being here 24/7. Horrible mod. How dare they? Or as Onion would say, how dare. I don't have an uptime command. You should be able to see it underneath the stream, though. I've been going for an hour and 50 minutes at this point. Welcome in, by the way, Squirrel. Oh, no problem. You don't have to be here every time. We're originally doing some testing, or rather some routing for the T-sets, but it was too boring. I was getting sick of it. It's not an activity for stream, I don't think. Whoops. I'm probably gonna have to do it off stream. Just like literally me sitting around. I'm not a good enough streamer to do that quite yet, I don't think. thought one of those was a stick bug. Do you have any picked up Q gems? Wait, what doesn't stack? Godzilla. What stacks Godzilla? Yeah, crystallariums are amazing, Strawberry. They're like necessary to do things. Oh yeah, the tea sets. That's a good question. I don't know why it stacks, but it does. So it's part of the run. It's decor, which actually some of the decor stacks. It just like is one of the things that happens to stack. Like randomly, like the lucky purple shorts that also stack. Katharina, thank you so much for the subscription. Well, that's not how you say that word. You say it, subscription. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome to the stack. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm very glad you've been enjoying stream. Enjoy your emote, sub badges, and your ad-free viewing. Zester, as long as it would be, I think it would be interesting to see a tier list ranking from the hardest, easiest items obtained with a side note on how to obtain each. So I do have an FAQ, which I don't have listed out like the easiest to hardest items, but I do have some of the harder ones listed and how I was able to get them or how I'm planning on getting them. Also, I have a list of every item that's left that I need to get and how I'm planning on getting it. So if you want to check that out, that has some of that information you're looking for. It'd be kind of cool to do like a tier list on that. Ooh, that's how I trick the YouTube algorithm. You know, I can make a tier list which people will want to watch, but I could actually make it relevant to my challenge. Like every item in the game based on like how hard they were to get. Okay, that's a good idea. So sorry, that was Zester. Welcome to the stream. I remember picking up Q gems. I'm not sure if that's an older version bug. Oh, so Q gems are stored in here. I'm not worried about getting a stack of them. First of all, it would be trivial to get a stack of them. It would just take a little bit of time. Second of all, they don't stack like up. They're not like an item that you can pick up, so I don't count them as part of the challenge. Wait, how did I miss? Here we go. How can you miss? Whoops. Can't get through here. Come on. Come on. There we go. The new file pane is rough. I used to have so many resources. Oh yeah, every time you start a new file, it's like, is this how slow you're supposed to be? Why don't I have any money? Where did it all go? Yeah, it's like that every single time. Katharina, the picked up Q gems were a bug. The burglar ring extra drops. Oh. Yeah, there's a few things that were bugs or that were changed in the game that you can't pick up anymore or can't get multiple of anymore. Like you used to be able to store extra, come here, extra like Q beans and Q fruit. Is that what you're referring to? The burger ring. Oh yes, the burger ring. It's okay. I have no legs to stand on with English being hard, Katharina. Oh, we got a ring. I don't need it. It's okay. We're laughing with you, not at you, right? What about Q fruit, Q beans? If I really want to, I can grab the quest and then just get them and then say the challenge is done there. But it's like irrelevant, right? It's super easy to get a stack of both of those things. With like a fully realized farm, it wouldn't take very long. I have plenty of time to think about it because it will literally have to be the last thing I do. Burger ring for extra food drops. You know, that's actually a really fun idea. I like that a lot. That'd be a fun mod. And we're not going to make it back in time. I just want to drop one thing off. One thing off. Okay, good. When my inventory is full in the morning, it's really annoying. Okay, we got most things out of our inventory. In fact, most of the stuff I don't care about at all. It's like these two things. Oh, this is kind of important. See if we can get this out. Ah, dang it. Oh, yes, Bunny. So what I managed to do is I just used the automate mod. The Stardew... Oh, wow. Involved name. I like it. The Stardew Storyteller. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. You used to be able to keep extra prismatic jelly, but you cannot anymore. It was considered a bug by Concerned Ape, so I'm not worried about stacking it. I remember I had an extra one, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to have to do this later on. And then it just disappeared from my chest when an update happened. So I was pretty happy about that. Come here. Also a teacher. I teach 5th grade. Oh man, that's not something I would like to do, but I'm glad there's people that enjoy it because, ooh, I like children, but like from a distance. I don't know if I could teach them. That seems very tough to me. Although sometimes my kids act like children for sure. That's awesome though. I've thought about it before. I think it'd be kind of fun to teach elementary school, but I'm very interested in science. So, like, middle school is really the earliest I could go. But welcome in. Thank you. You hated teaching high school. Yeah, there's different people for everything, right? $500 floors down, no auto petter. Yep, that's what's gonna happen, unfortunately. Did you at least get a few treasured floors? Resetting the day help. What are we talking about? Oh my gosh. Can you imagine trying to get that much prismatic jelly in a single day? Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. That's ridiculous. It's hard enough to get one in like a single day. Imagine getting like... I guess you have until the quest ends, right? The jelly quest might work with multiplayer. I'm explicitly not using multiplayer in this challenge though. Because you can also get a few other items in multiplayer, like the coffee machines and a few things as well. Yeah, still like 80 jellies a day. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't even want to think about that. Yeah. So part of my rule is anything that disappears after a day I'm not doing. I might make exception for the Q-beans just to have them at the end for fun. Because I'm going to have my museum anyways. Wedding ring could be fun to get. I don't think the wedding ring stacks, just because rings don't stack, right? Okay, we are going to grab our horsey here. Because I just recalled, before tomorrow happens, we have a little friend up here that I want in my inventory. Hello, you. What did Chunky do? Hold on. Oh, should I do 366 multiplayers? Getting all the legendary fish. I would personally not do multiplayer in your challenge, because the way you stack things via multiplayer is so boring, usually. It's like, oh yeah, I could just do the same thing over... I guess that's kind of how you stack things normally. I guess with the fish it's a little different though, right? Because you have to actually catch them. I was just thinking like with like the coffee maker and things like that, it literally just gets given to you when you start the file if it's already, the quest is already done. So you just keep on entering and exiting the game with new players and just put the coffee makers on the stack. Which is just like, that's not even fun, you know? Just like something you can do. I assume you can wear a wedding ring, right? Never played multiplayer in this game, so I have zero idea. Let alone married someone with it. Seems like it would make sense that you could put on a wedding ring, right? That should be enough. Yeah, that's enough. Each fish stack could be done by a different player, so that they get to level 10 to get the legend. Oh my god. Yeah, that's disgusting. Please don't do that to yourself, Chucky. Can't even imagine going through that. We got a palm fossil, which is nice. It's a bit of a rare one. While we've got a stack of these, let's go ahead and take advantage of that. Anyone have 999 friends I can borrow? I would need at least one to give you, and unfortunately... no, I do not have those friends to give you, unfortunately. Okay, we made 49 mini obelisks. Yay! That's an interesting idea, Chunky. You just, like, have a whole bunch of fish ponds set up to give gifts, like, of high quality, like tiger slime eggs or something, that will give you a lot of fishing XP, so you could just, like, instantly get up to level 10. It wouldn't be instant, but it would be pretty close. Hey! Duck is Ducky's friend. Who could have foreseen this coming? Alright, let's go to the island, I think. I think we've done everything else we need to do today. Oh, double friend. Man, that's more than I've got. Squats for the butt meat. Alright. Let's get over to the dig site and we'll get those done. I'm wearing pajama shorts, but yeah, it's probably fun. Just so I don't forget to do this. Hey, fossilized tail. That's a good start. Alright, let's go face cam. Also, we have a lovely new board that I spent all of 5 minutes on. I flub my words a lot when I'm wearing my headset because it makes it hard for me to hear. Oh, that reminds me. I took a hearing test recently, and apparently I failed. Alright, 10 squats. These are the worst for me for some reason. My legs have been hurting a lot lately. Probably good that I'm doing them then. 1, 2, 3. Oh, my knees. 4, 5, 6. Let's tilt these out a little bit. 7, 8, 9, 10. I've been on my feet all day today, so those really actually hurt. Lollipops, thank you so much for the follow. I'm glad that you enjoyed the squats. Normally we play Stardew here, but... just kidding. Lollipops, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I would need 3k crab pots to get from 0 to 10. Yeah. It's probably better to have fishing pond rewards, because those rewards can give you a lot. You heard the crack? Oh god. Yeah, my knees crack a lot. It kind of happens when you get old, unfortunately. Not that I'm old necessarily. My body seems to think I am, though. Someone should tell my body to learn its age. It didn't hurt at all. It just makes cracking noises because I haven't moved them in a while. get 3 today. Iron. Oh, yeah. So at the charity event I was at, they were giving out free tests, and one of them was like a hearing test. So I went into like a very, very quiet room. How do you say that? Where basically you can't hear anything except the stuff they put in their ears. And it was like it was from an RV, so it wasn't exactly like a standard test or anything. So they said like maybe it's a good idea to go get it checked, but like there's no guarantee that we did it perfectly. It was some students too, so they weren't exactly sure. But like my high pitch and my low pitch was perfectly fine, but like the middle bit of it, like for some sounds, for some reason I couldn't hear them. It's like very specific sounds. I didn't know what I was doing at first, so they might have just conflated that too. I think I'm fine though. Like I feel like for things like that, I would probably have noticed if I couldn't hear that specific range of hearing. Don't trust students. I mean, college students, right? They are training for it. It also didn't seem like it was a very difficult test to understand. It was like they made a sound in my ear and I pressed the button if I heard it or not. I mean, even they said, they're like, yeah, we're not 100% sure, but if you go to a real doctor, they might be able to help you out with that more. I'm pretty sure I'm fine, though. I've never really had an issue hearing. My mom is hard of hearing due to an injury she had when she was very little. But I don't, so it doesn't run in my family or anything. I still wouldn't trust them. You know what, Ducky, you're probably right. Why is this not going in? Okay, I must have clicked wrong. Alright, let's adjust back here so my knees don't crack in the future. My legs out. Scoot forward. And let's see what we're doing next. It's a Saturday and it's early. That's, you know what that means. Volcano mines time. I don't know if that's like normally what that means, but that was the first thing I thought of. Floor 666. That's what you got to before you passed out. That's pretty funny. I have 333 bombs, so I've got half of that. Mega half of that. Okay. I guess usually Onion does that. Is it / prediction? Okay. So we're gonna try and do it like Onion does it. Streamer die. Okay, you guys have 2 minutes to vote. Oh. You have 2 minutes to vote. There we go. That should work. Hopefully I don't die before the prediction ends. So you can predict on whether I'm going to die or not. For those of you who are new here, I do tend to come close to dying quite often. And I have died. I think last time I came, I died. So it happens. Well, it is the one that Onion wrote. So that is exactly how Onion wrote it. Because it's saved in there as the one that Onion wrote. So I kind of cheated. Onion did write it, basically. It's like Onion's here now, watching us. Oh, wow. That's a lot of channel points, friends. Fair enough, though. Dang it. Some people really are confident in my ability to die. I would say I live more often than I die, for sure. But it's certainly possible I'll die. Hey, we got tiger slime eggs. Did you see that guy just get wrecked? It's like coming for me. I'm coming for you, Algo, and then just dies from the bomb I placed. Beautiful. Yeah, unfortunately, certain countries don't allow it. Which, you know, is probably a good thing in some ways. No, this isn't really gambling, though. It's not like real money. I don't have to heal unless I unless I want to. Sapling! Alright, let's get Sneakers in here to guest stream. Health check! Alright, Sneakers, come here. The people want to see you, not me. Yeah, I never die, right? I have an unhealthy addiction to the sand in the Sands Casino. You know what? That's fair. I wonder, does Stardew not, like, abide by that? How does that work? Because that's certainly gambling, right? Hey, mummified bat. Shelby, welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful day so far today. Awesome to see you here. Ooh, we got 2 dragon's teeth from the same guy. Yep, Sneakers is in here. We had someone redeem him to show up. Oh, that was you, Sapling. Right. Whoops. Come back here. You got an auto petter. Congrats, Strawberry. I assume you got it from the mines then? That's awesome. They are pretty rare. If you're not, like, actively working hard on them, like Chunky is right now, it's pretty unlikely to get them. Real streamer has arrived. Fake streamer, hide your eyes. Oh, no, no. Yeah, I guess this works. I feel like I can't see my health now, which might be beneficial for some of you. I'm sure it's full, right? Full health? Full health. Okay, I can't. I can't read chat is one of the main issues. Hey, Jayway, welcome in. Right now we are attempting to get mummified bats, which look like this. And they drop at a 1 in 200 chance from each of these rocks in the volcano dungeon. So if you see me just blowing up random rocks, that's partially why. Oh, don't hit me. I don't have I have low health. There we go. Yeah, I scared you, didn't I? No, you might die. Don't die, streamer. Don't do it. Then the non-believers will win. What will you be then? Maybe you shouldn't believe in me so much if you don't want me to die. There's definitely a non-zero chance I die here, though. I'm not immortal. Hey, there's a bat. Wow, you went back far. I need auto putter so bad, but I can't even get it. Yeah, it is pretty rare. It's a 1 in 27 chance from chests. Unless you're opening up a lot of chests in Skull Caverns, you're unlikely to get it overall. Like, most people don't open up that many chests in, like, almost a whole playthrough. Unless they're personally seeking the auto putter. Oh, and Jayway, let me know if you have any questions about the 999 challenge. I'll do my best to answer them. I'm a little focused right now, just so I don't die, or at least don't die in an unfair way to the people who voted for me to live. Got 17 fiddleheads. That's a good day. Screw the auto petter. I'm really thinking about almost completing CC then at my last go of Joja, so I don't have to grind the auto petters. Yeah, like I said, in the end, it almost doesn't matter. Because really, it's just the auto petters, and technically speaking, there's some other items, like the purple and red slime eggs, that, like, getting them from other methods is just as hard as it is to get auto petters from Skull Caverns. So doing it this way solves both those problems pretty easily. Oh, you can't get the Junimo statues. Yeah, someone was talking about that on Discord. Forgot about that. Ooh, we get a lot today. 6? 6? Ah, 5. Good floor. Wow. Nine magma caps. We take that. Yeah, so JoJo does not work for this run. I mean, you can argue just like it's a JoJo version of the run where you just can't get the one item. Hey, stop it. I can't fit these rocks. I guess we don't need this ruby. Oh, another 2 dragon's teeth. Wow, I just sniped the heck out of that guy. He was invincible for it, but I still got him. Chunky, what are you... Chunky, you're not going to do that. Don't pretend like you're going to do that. That'd be way too ridiculous. Oh, it's already getting late, huh? For your own sake, Chunky, don't do that. Oh, come on. But what if... Technically, CC gives you more items overall, if that's the only one that's different. Which, I don't even know if it is the only one that's different. There could be something you can only get from the Joja route. Maybe those vending machines, and you only get those on Joja? Because I see people with, like, a lot of them. I think you're only supposed to be able to get one, right? But I do see people with, like, a whole bunch more than one. I don't know if it's because they're cheating or just because... Hey, we got a Dwarven Hammer. I think I have one of those. Oh, sorry, Dragon Tooth Hammer. But I'm not sure, so I'll take it. Woo, we did it. Streamer no die. How do I do prediction? I actually have no idea how to... Oop. Sneakers. You're supposed to stay up there. The weight is like... affects the knockback, I think. Like how far they knock back enemies. Alright, I don't know how to stop the prediction. W streamer, I believe. L streamer die. Okay, W streamer, I believe, is the winner. Onion does all this normally. Sneakers fell out 15 minutes. I forgot to start the timer, so we'll say it's 30 minutes from now. How about that? Ooh. Where are you? Thing. Set a countdown timer for 30 minutes. Okay, there we go. Now it's an hour. What? No, I already gave you more time. Accept it. Don't be greedy. The time just got 15 minutes longer. Now we've already got a Dragon Tooth Club. Wait, you redeemed it again? Maybe you could be streaming in an hour? Okay. Set a countdown timer for 1 hour. Probably gonna take a break in between that, but I'll pause it if I'm on break. Oh, I passed out. Yep, I saw that frazzle. I got it. What's my main source of income for the challenge? Sorry, Jay. I got a little distracted there at the end. The main source of income is, well, that helps. I get quite a lot of that now. But the main source of income is Starfruit wine at the moment. I like how you won points and then immediately use them to add more sneaker time. I need to put like a 30-minute cooldown on that so they're not overlapping. Alright, let me double check some of these chats that I probably missed. I also got a couple purple mushrooms. Yeah, that's really nice. A fruit cave. So you need to collect those. Yeah, I do anyways because I want the iridium quality one. Main source of income I mentioned. Oh, someone asked about total earnings on Discord. Looks like I've got 630 million at this point, which is awesome. Your pigs are finally out for the truffles. Awesome. Bonus sneakers time. Getting more crystallariums will get you a constant supply of jade is now my main goal for this farm. Oh yes, that is. It's one of the nicest things to have infinite staircases. It will be a special day, Leah. It will be a special day. Oh, tomorrow's the night market. Cool. All that means for us now is more traveling cart checks, but we love our traveling cart checks. We're up to 62 mummified bats. I might be able to get to 100 by the end of this year. I'm not doing it enough for that to happen, I don't think. This challenge would not be possible without jades. I guess if you went Joja, it might be possible, but yeah, it would be very difficult at the very least. 30 staircases, yeah. It's so nice to have just those extra drops. Like a floor is terrible and you want to leave, you just can. Yeah, all the stone you would need. Ooh, I don't even know. I guess with the deconstructor... No, that's right. I get most of my stone from... I guess this goes in here, technically. Whatever. I got most of my stone from deconstructing the ladders. Oh, is it Leah's birthday? No, it's Harvey's birthday. That's right. Well, we take this wine. I think that's another stack. I think this is the last of my my wine that I need. This might end up being my purple item too. Oh no, we already get amethyst, that's right. So we don't need that. Can you... I wonder if you can age unbranded wine. I bet you can. Iridium quality wine. You can. Oh, you tried it. Oh, well, yeah, you probably had to for your run, huh, Chunky? Luckily, the wine is really easy to get. Yeah, with the Statues of Endless Fortune, you get plenty. You can't age any artisan good, Chunky. It's only cheese and wine, I'm pretty sure, right? I don't think you can age any other ones. Are you sure, Chunky? Because I swear it was only cheese and wine. It's not that I don't believe you. I just want to see what it says in the wiki really quick. I would love to age truffle oil. Okay, so it says you can age wine, pale ale, beer, mead, and cheese. Cheese and goat cheese. So just those, it looks like. I don't think you can age truffle oil either. It's so weird. Someone gifted me a sub to someone else and I have no idea who that was or why. Fun though. We want these. Aging is fine for wine. For the other ones, it's just kind of whatever. Oh yeah, we're out of row. We just gotta collect these. Yeah, the only things you can age are the things that make sense to age. Like aged cheese. Although beer doesn't really make that much sense to age, does it? I guess some beers do that. Yeah, it is slow. You're absolutely right, Godzilla. I don't know. The whole point, though, is you're not doing it, like, in a vacuum, right? You're doing a bunch of other stuff at the same time. Nearly have a stack of albacore roe. There we go. Making progress. Yeah, that's not a bad use of your cellar either, by any means. I'm considering stopping aging wine just because, like you said, it's time consuming. It's still worth the money, I think, but it just takes up like a quarter of a day that I could be doing other things with. Gotta pick stuff up today because tomorrow's the night market and forges will not spawn, or rather they'll be on a different map than the one that's available to me. So are you getting stacks of every variation of items? 999 Starfruit wine, 999 Ancient wine. Oh yes, I am, Shelby. For instance, this is unbranded wine right here. We need a stack of this, which I think we're gonna finish today. Harvey! Fancy you being here. It's very funny. I was actually looking for you because it's your birthday. Take this wine that's been sitting out from the Statue of Endless Fortune. Yeah, my idea is every item that doesn't like stack together, that's not of a different quality. That's basically the rules. Well, I said that very strangely. Every item that stacks of every different name, but not different qualities. It just has to be in a single stack. Nah, it's not painful. It's fun. It's a little painful, I'll be honest. And then we've got people like Chunky that are attempting to do it with the quality, which I don't know. I would go insane if I tried to do that. So that's not going to be in my my skill set here. Imagine being so rich you forget birthdays until your $1 million statues remind you. Exactly, Ducky. I don't remember anyone's birthday in this game. I'd be really bad at some of those quizzes. I know vaguely when most of them are. Like, I know Lewis's birthday is pretty early in spring. I think Vincent's before him, too. But I couldn't tell you the exact date. I know Leah's is coming up. I think it's like the 24th or something. But, like, I don't even know my wife's birthday because the statue reminds me every year, so I don't need to worry about knowing. Lewis is the 7th. Oh, Lewis might be the 1st. When is Harvey's birthday? Is it winter 14? That sounds about right. I don't remember pennies at all. I couldn't even tell you. Legendary generic wine. Yep. Luckily, it's very easy to get that. And we now have a stack of legendary generic wine. Huzzah! The first of our generic goods to get a stack. And the last for like a million years. Ooh. We've got 16 pickles. 37 jelly and 20 juice. These 3 can only come from the traveling cart, as far as I'm aware. There might be... I checked the villagers that you can marry, and I don't think any of them can give it. It's very unfortunate. I aspire to be generic jelly. Everybody tag yourself. I'm the caviar. Who's the truffle oil? I'm the 3rd stack of cloth. Yeah, F the shine. That's just gonna be happening in the background. I'm generic pickles. Fair enough. Alright, we're gonna go do some Sunday. Let's go ahead to the traveling cart first and see if we got lucky. I'm the green tea. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's a good choice. I feel like green tea some days. Most days I prefer other tea. Man, can you believe it's Saturday already? I'm so close to the end of the year for school. It's like 22 school days left, and I am just all here for it. Hey! Who said they're the green tea? Strawberry, there you go. I wish it was generic pickles, but, you know. CA was listening to you. 13 school days, yeah. Our school goes long. We start like a week later though, but we end June 23rd. Where are the hollies? Butt meat, please. Oh, I could have bought the butt meat. I didn't even see that. I came over here to look for hollies, and then I realized it's like, oh, there are not going to be any hollies there. Okay. Let's put everything away and head to... Oh, I think it's time for something. It's on the tip of my tongue. I believe it's called Gem Talk. Who's excited for Gem Talk today? I sounded very unenthused there. I tried my hardest. I think I've used up my charisma for the day. I was the photographer today at the charity event I did, and I had to be like, to children, I'd just be like, okay, time to smile. Everyone say cheese. I'm just like, I'm so unenthused right now. I used all of that up today. Trying to convince kids to smile is like the hardest thing in the universe. That's not true, but sometimes it feels like it. Alright, let's see here. I like taking pictures of not people a lot more than I like taking pictures of people. I like that one, Chunky. We'll go with that one, actually, because I'm searching through these. I'm almost out, actually. I have to add some more. Alright, so, what is your favorite season in Stardew or in real life? I think we've done this one before, but we've got a lot of new people, so that's fine. So, in Stardew, I think my favorite season is... Ooh, it's actually kind of tough. I play the game so much differently than a lot of people, right? No, that feeling when the snow is gone in spring is like so nice. IRL and in Stardew. But I think fall is my favorite in Stardew. There's just like something so atmospheric about it, you know? Like winter, everything obviously changes, but fall just like feels so atmospheric to me. IRL, I think my favorite season is spring, which is what we're in right now. Although we kind of didn't get one this year, at least where I live, which kind of sucks. It went from like 40-degree days to like 80-degree days. We've had a few pretty nice days, like in the 70s, but not many. I just love that smell. That darn smell when spring gets here. It's like, you just have to stop and just enjoy everything around you all at once with just that aroma. I also don't get allergies, so that might help with my opinion on that smell. I know some people get really bad allergies in springtime. Alright, let's read some people here. Fall in Both. Fall in Both is a good choice for sure. Josh Boy, welcome in. If you have any questions about the challenge, let me know. Right now we're doing something called Gem Talk. I'm asking everybody what their favorite season in real life in Stardew is. Let's see here. Say Fall for Both, since it brings the ambient colors. Oh man, the colors in Fall are so pretty. They turn amazing where I live. It's like so many different colors. Fall for Both. Ooh, Summer. We got a Summer in the chat. Summer just gets too hot for me. Ooh. I want to go to like northern Canada for the summer. Where it's still like springtime. My favorite in Stardew is probably Fall. It's always so exciting. The festivals are some of my favorites too. Yeah, Fall has some good festivals. Like, both of them are really nice. I don't know. Summer has my favorite festival in Stardew, which is the Dance of the Jellies. That one's like super atmospheric. But to be fair, it's on the transition from summer into fall. So that might kind of be technically a hybrid festival. Just bought 7 stacks of parsnip seeds. Where does Pierre get them? Probably somewhere for cheap, and then you somehow make quality plants out of it. I imagine he just like finds them on the road. I do love winter in Stardew as well. Like when you're casually playing through the game, winter is like such an exciting season. Because you don't grow crops anymore, so you start like branching out and doing other things that you don't normally do. Which I think that's a really cool... I don't even know if it was like intentional on CA's part. But I think it partially was, because, for instance, he added more artifact spots in the winter to give you, like, something extra to do. I think it's kind of cool. Like, there's also more forges in the winter, like the holly and things like that. Although, I think some other seasons have them, too, so, you know, never mind. That's probably not true. Oh, we got a stack of cinder shards. I don't think I've actually had a stack of cinder shards yet in this file, because I use them so fast. I might have, I can't remember. I live in Portugal, so summer here is very nice. Oh man, coastal regions must have such nice summers. I mean, really nice weather all the time. I don't know. I went to Seattle once, and I was like, this is my favorite weather ever. Just being that close to the coast and just having that breeze blow in all the time. Winter's my go-to. Woo! Oh, we're not done. This is a fall stack. I need 40 stacks of cinder shards, which is exciting in its own right, I guess. For the, what's that lovely contraption called? It's my favorite one. It's called the ostrich incubator. Oh, only 20 stacks. I thought it was 40. It's a good start, though. This is the day that CA chose violence, when he created the cost for this item. Welcome in. Is it just a porker? Oh no, I'm so sorry. Okay, it's Poco. Okay, Poco. Thank you, Squirrel. You seem to know each other. Welcome in, Poco. If you have any questions about the challenge, feel free to let me know. We are on Sunday. Thank you for saving me there, Squirrel. Hello. I've been thinking about it more and more, Squirrel, and I think that might the quality star might actually be my favorite emote, because I actually worked on it, you know. I had to like go to a GIF editor and make it work. It was pretty easy what I did, but I don't know, something about that made it feel better. Like with the galaxy roll, it was just as simple as Just like going on Twitch and telling it to, oh, make this spin. With the quality star, I really like that though. Just like so, it feels so chill and it's so pretty. I don't know. Let's see here. Circuit Slug, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Chunky, every time one of my animals gets in the way of my hoeing planting, my wish for a butchering feature grows. Butchering might have originally been planned for the game. There are meat assets buried deep into the files somewhere, but it never came to fruition. I'm assuming ConcernedApe decided early on that it would be not necessarily the vision he wanted for the game. I'm waiting with my little cousin, and she's talking about the cat on your head. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah, this is Sneakers, a wonderful cat. Sneakers, for those of you who don't know, Sneakers was my my stuffed animal, my imaginary friend growing up. And I pulled him out the other day to talk about him, and then I just, for some reason, I don't remember why, I just put him on my head, and he just like fit there so well. So now I added a channel point reward that he can be on my head for 30 minutes, and it's been redeemed twice, so now it's going to be an hour. He fits very well in the head. Makes sense with Slingshot. Sorry, did I miss something there? Circuit Slug, let me know what you mean about the Slingshot there. I don't think I fully understood. Oh, in response to the butchering comment? Every day my animals get in the way of my hoeing planning. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. The other day was like 2 weeks ago. You know what? Time moves differently in some cases. It doesn't feel like that was 2 weeks ago. Wow. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Buried in the code, the Slingshot is very non-lethal. It was only 1 week. Okay, I was going to say 2 weeks did seem really long ago. Alright. Whoop. No. Put the path back. We're going to go to bomb the mines, I think. I don't really have time for anything else tonight. Ooh, excuse me. Looks like in 2 days this is going to be ready. Sorry, this is already ready, but I'll have my star fruit to fill it up in 2 days. Oh, I don't have any ginger. Well, I'm just going to not get hit by the ghost. Seems like a good plan. Good plan, great plan. Oh, can't go there. All my animals are sleeping on my planting spaces. You should be able to nudge... Oh, no, you can't if they're... You need to close your barn drawer at night. Or do you have it closed? Why didn't they go away? They should go to bed at night on their own, right? Jeez. Exactly, Ducky. Make sure you don't accidentally close your door. Because that's actually the one way that they can die if the door is closed and they're left out overnight. They're all open. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Sometimes they can't path find, but as long as the door is open, I'm pretty sure they can't actually die. Bless RNG for Monday. Oh man, is it Monday already? tomorrow's Monday, obviously. Yeah. We're hoping for our Skull Cabin Invasion quest. I'm not hoping much anymore. It's just... It's been so long at this point, I'm pretty sure they don't exist anymore. We get to check tomorrow, though. My question, Algo, is if you can correctly answer, you'll get the Skull Cavern Invasion. What is the best color? The best color is purple or violet. Personally, I like to call it violet, but most people say purple, I think. Why are your mines all jungly? Well, Josh Boy, this is a more endgame thing. There's something at the very end of the game that lets you switch the mines into what's called the harder mines, which is basically just like a harder version of these mines. All the enemies hit a lot harder. And then this guy exists who is literally the worst. But it's a bit of a spoiler if you're not that far in the game. Although this stream is going to be a little bit spoily because I've completed pretty much everything in the game. Well, I have completed everything in the game. I have perfection, but I'm just doing this own challenge on my own here. I only need to break jungle weeds. Are you sure about that, Chunky? Because I want to test that to be sure of that first. I'm not breaking any weeds, though, at the moment. Alright, see you in a bit, Chunky. I'm just blowing stuff up. We'll see if you're correct on Monday. But I was right. I don't understand. What are you trying to say? Okay, well, I have to not die now. Because I don't have any ginger. How good am I at not dying? Because unfortunately I don't think it's amazing. Okay, we're out. Do you have Vector's Challenge? No. I'm not particularly good at either of the those games. So that is one of the things I definitely don't have. I actually have not ever completed Journey of the Prairie King. That could be an incentive to make me suffer through it. I probably could beat it. I've gotten close a few times. I'm just like, I get so frustrated with the game. It's just not that fun to me. Not a knock against anyone who likes it or anything. It's just not my kind of game. Going to sleep nauseous? Let's do it. Actually, hold on. We got some time here. Let me collect all these. Well, the opposite of collect them, but... Gimme. Ooh, for coal. Well, I get a lot of coal from killing dust sprites, which are technically not dust sprites. The mushroom things are just reskinned dust sprites that are stronger. They drop a lot of coal for me because I kill them with my burglar ring. So the vast majority of my coal, like all this here, comes from that. I also get some from tiger slimes too, but that's where most of it comes from. It is annoyingly expensive from Clint. If you have the money, you can definitely buy it, though. Predictions are 50-50 whether you die or not. I die a lot. I die a lot more than probably most people who are good at this game. Beat Prairie King 999 times. You know what? I don't think I will. Thank you for your suggestion, Chunky. It's gone to a committee for review. We'll get back to you at some point. Can't tell you when, though. I didn't get to the last level, Ducky, but I was pretty close. I was in that world, and I think I was like on level 3 of that world, which might be the second to last screen. I can't remember exactly. But basically, yeah, I was pretty close to making it to the finale. I was in a pretty good spot. I probably could have won the finale, too. Who knows, though? Maybe not. It definitely wasn't Fector's challenge, though. I had died multiple times up to that point. Yeah, well, I could get the arcade machines, but I don't have to, because they don't stack. Boom. I need a microphone to drop. This scissors looks like a microphone, right? I can't even find it. There it is. Was that dramatic enough for you? I could really up the flare if we needed to. I've only beat Prairie King once, but then I'm good at Junimo Kart. I beat it 5 times. Ooh. You should try speedrunning Junimo Kart, Chunky. You might like it. If I could beat it, I'd probably try. I got close a few times. I could definitely beat Junimo Kart if I tried. I just haven't been trying. It's a lot of effort. Like, I've only played it twice, and I've gotten to pretty close to the end both times. Yeah, Junimo Kart's very fun now. I like it a lot. Just have not set aside time to play it. I'm not very good at it. I mess up a lot. But I guess the only way you get better is actually playing it. Ooh, that's a really good score for Endless, Chunky. I don't know why I came this way. I need to go to the beach. It's honestly like a great score. That might be like top 20 of the ones that are on the leaderboards for that. I think it's like a Google Doc, though it's not like on speedrun.com or anything. Ooh, man, who got 400k? It used to be in the 200s, right? That's like, is that like 3.5 loops? It's at least 3 loops, right? That's actually insane. Ooh. I've never looped once. I tried to play a bunch while that tournament was going on just to see how I'd do. And yeah, I didn't loop once. I made it past the whale a few times. And I think I've made it to mushroom level. No, I've never gotten more than 50k. I know that for a fact. We can actually see my Junimo Kart scores if I go to the saloon. I think I got like a 42. That might be my best. Ooh, they got a recording too? Can't get past the stupid whale level. I've only gotten past a few times. I don't know. Some people are good enough to get past it, but for me it's just luck, right? Like if you get a good pattern, or if you manipulate it into a pretty decent pattern. The mushroom level is basically 50k, right? Once you get there, as long as you've gotten some fruit, you're pretty much at 50k. How many channel points to play Junimo Kart? How busy are we today? Monday the 15th? We have to check our quest. Let's go do that first. How about this? If we get Skull Cavern Invasion, I'm obviously not going to go play Junimo Kart because I'm going to do that. But if we don't, I'll go play like Junimo Kart once or twice maybe. If I do really badly the first time. It's going to be very embarrassing though. I'll tell you that straight up. Oh, it's cool that it shows like your sub on your chat. I don't know how I didn't notice that before. What? What the heck? Eric. You all saw that, right? That was just mean. Pray for unlucky streamer. It's back. I'm just gonna like pull out a world record here all of a sudden. No. I am not good enough to even get to a loop. I need a lot more practice with that. Alright, to the farm. No problem, Chunky. There's like an awkward amount of stream delay for everyone, right? Like I can definitely tell when people are like sending me a message. I'm like, I talked about that like a minute ago. Oh, that's why. It's like a little mixed up. Alright. Come on, game. I don't want the arcade. Well, we take this one for the extra Q gems. Alright, but we do get to go play Junimo Kart. Let's get the rest of these coconuts first, though. I love that, Strawberry. The delay. No. It's been like a minute since I looked at it. That's very funny to me. Yeah, I figured as much, Ducky. Oh, you're being sarcastic. Okay. That's also fair. I think Strawberry was legitimately sad for me. So that makes one person in chat. Alright. Let's go get a high score in Junimo Kart. Invasion just doesn't want to show up. It's okay. We're sleeping for 999 years. We'll probably get it a few times in there. Alright, Gus. You're going to watch me do terribly. Don't look. Close the door. Oh, I thought I got 42 at least. Okay. I wasn't used to it. Give me a second. Okay, hold on. Getting back into this. No one saw that. See, look, I'm good at this. Wait, I thought I was playing endless mode. Oh, I am. Lee Chat somehow manages to read chat while doing this, and I just don't know how. Alright, are we going to slip the slopes? I mean, you know the answer to that, right? Oh, we didn't even get a chance. Okay. In progress mode, you get more lives. Yes, that's how the mode works. I just jumped over that orange. I don't really want to play progress mode, though. Endless is where the notoriety is. Not that I'm getting that at all. You should practice some more. Bless you all. Oh, I clicked! Okay, we're gonna get to the whale, and let the whale kill us, and then we'll stop. We might be here all day, but we're gonna at least get to the whale. Nope. I mean, this is practice as well. It could take a while. Bless you. That was rude. No. Ah, the rock. Alright, how about this? We either get to the whale or we have 5 more tries starting now. You know what, Ducky? You're right. Luckily, I'm going to get to the rail on this run. The whale, not the rail. Goodness. Oh, come on. That was so close. My hands are sweaty. That's not good. That doesn't count as a try. So we have 4 more. Don't shake your head, squirrel. I'm good at this game, I swear. Just not at the parts that are specifically here. I was very close to the whale there. I can do it again. Oh, what? Alright, that still counts. 3 more. That one doesn't count. Stop putting those there. Don't be ashamed of me, Chunky. You have to learn how to walk before you can run, or something like that. I need some more inspiring quotes. I can do what? No! Oh my goodness. I can't imagine how I would do the lava level, because I'm really bad at those, like, tiny gaps. Like, look at this. I'm gonna die here. Nope, we're good. You need to beat Junimo Kart before I delete your world, concerned ape. Lava level looks cool, but I don't think I'd be very good at it. I mean, I'm very bad at this game already, so that particular level would be pretty bad for me. Oh my god. I was like, who's Devin? I got so confused. Yeah, your second favorite? It's called Sunset Speedway? Does it have lava in it? Or is that like the very last one that's got like the Twilight background? Okay, so it is the last one. That one looks... I really love the background on that one so much. Let's go onto the whale. Oh, come on! I thought I could get on there. Alright. Well, this is my last run here. Let's get back to the whale, huh? One more run. Now that I'm officially good because I got to the whale, I can do it a million times more. Oh, come on! We're done. Imagine hitting a one-tile gap. Alright. Monday, we gotta go talk to Sandy. She's got our goods. Oh my gosh. Game's made up. Give me my goods, Sandy. All 10 of them. Chunky, I don't want to hear it right now. Land in the one wide gap. Shaking my head. That needs to be an emote. Here. This is me right now. Onion's here. I missed your message, Onion. Welcome. Oh my god, I'm loopy already. It's too early for me to be this loopy. Got 14 more minutes of sneakers, and then the blood can flow back to my head. Oh yeah, that's right. Sneakers was streaming. That's why we were so bad at Junimo Kart, because Sneakers was playing. Right? Right? That's it. Welcome back, Onion. Awesome to have you here. I managed to run both a poll and a prediction while you were gone. I didn't break anything. Probably. I don't remember. I'm going a little insane, but in a good way, possibly. I only played a little Junimo Kart. I don't want to play too much because I'm really bad at it, and one, it's embarrassing, and two, it's probably not what everyone here wants to watch, is to me be bad at Junimo Kart. Maybe I'll practice off stream, and I'm gonna come back like a ringer. Oh, I needed to correct the record on something, by the way. I believe I was talking about Spy Family at one point, and I said, like, oh, it wasn't as impressing me as much as Kaguya-sama. I literally watched the next episode of Spy Family, and I was like, what the heck? This is so... Okay, so I'm back on the Spy Family hype train, for sure. It was the, for those of you who know, it was the Storm the Castle episode, where... Anya's the princess and Lloydman has to save her. That was such a well done episode. I think I literally said, I was like, oh, I don't think Spy Family just like has the love put into it like Kaguya does. And then suddenly that episode was the one I hadn't watched yet. I feel bad about saying that now because it's very clear that was not true from that episode. I still think I like Kaguya a little bit more at the moment, but I think they're both really good shows. Both definitely worth watching. Dang it. I was like, I have to leave. I'm gonna die. Let me just quickly... Alright, we're gonna eat this before we die. I just put down 3 staircases in panic. Chunky, you should stream yourself beating it over and over again and send it to... Oh no. Please stop. I'm sure there's something I can find to send to Chunky. Like me playing Spike Ball or something, I don't know. I'm not actually good at anything, so not a lot of options there. What the heck? I don't know if stream caught that, but my game just lagged a little bit. I've never seen it lag like that before. Okay, good. We don't have any mods on. Just want to make sure. Alright, let me get some water. Wait, how what? What did Chunky do? Oh, you did, you beat Junimo Kart twice in a row? I haven't beat Lewis yet either. Oh, no, I wanted the... Sometimes bad luck, good luck is bad luck. I'd like to go down to the bottom today. Does anyone like these dark floors? I have skipped them literally every time in this mine. The worst. I'm gonna do it right now. I think everyone's bad at the mushroom level, Chunky. Like, that seems to be always the level that gives people the most trouble. What do you need quartz for? No, you're probably right. I meant, like, late game. Like, I just used staircases to skip it. Because I didn't want to deal with that. And I think I've skipped it with staircases every single time. Oh, it's perfect. So actually, I don't even know what's on it. Josh Boy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. You need a stack of quartz? No way. Me too. I used crystallariums, though, because it's a lot faster. I just have a feeling. There's a mummified frog on this floor. I can feel it in my bones. Well, there's that at least. Nope, that was the last one. Dang. Look at all the shrooms. I'm sorry, not the mushrooms. The spiders. Look at the spiders. Get out of here. Ooh, I almost died. Imagine having bones. Bones are for people who can't have exoskeletons. Don't you have an exoskeleton like everyone else? Gosh. Yeah, that was a monster floor, so it was almost all spiders. Wow, you two. Hi. Imagine, like, teleporting somewhere and just appearing like this. Like, oh, you guys were probably having a conversation. Sorry about that. Hey, Abby. How are you doing today? Hello, traveling cart lady. We want 1 tuna, 5 butt meat, 1 sandfish. Hey, someone had to draw this, I think. Was that Squirrel or Prozac? I think it was one of you two had to draw this. I got it first. First try. It was Prozac? Yep. Pretty sure I was the first one to get it. We had a game night last week, and we were playing Scribble.io, which is basically Pictionary with Stardew words. It was very fun. I think we're going to do a game night again next week. I'm going to post it in Discord tonight after stream. So next week, Saturday again. Maybe I'll try to do it a little earlier or later. I don't know. I'll ask for time, so that'll probably be best. Nods. Also, we'll be discussing Sea of Monsters next Sunday. I'm going to try and pick a better time for that, too. Maybe we'll try later in the day, like the evening. Because that seems to work better for a lot of the people that are in book club. At least later in the day for me. Should probably be early morning for you Oceania folk. Is that like the proper collective term for people from like Australia and New Zealand? Is that what you prefer, Squirrel? Yes, that's correct. Or unless that yeses was just something else. I briefly mentioned my opinion on Sea of Monsters when I was talking with you, Onion. Yes, you're correct also. Thank you. But I'll talk about it more when we get to it. Maybe I'll have my thoughts better put together, too. Well, I know it's not just those two, Chunky. I was just, like, trying to think of a collective word to refer to Squirrel and Prozac, who are both from New Zealand and Australia. Yes, I know it includes all the other ones that I totally know the name of, but just don't want to say right now. The Maldives? I believe the Maldives are one of them. Philippines? Probably. I don't know if they consider themselves part of that. Not the Maldives? Where are the Maldives at? Yeah. I thought my African geography was bad, but now I'm realizing, like, yeah, I don't know any of those islands out there. Are they in the Indian Ocean? Okay. Hawaii. Midway isn't actually like an island, right? Guam is a U.S. territory. What else is out there? I don't know them very well. Easter Island? I don't think many people live on Easter Island. I'm just naming islands in the ocean at the moment, okay? I don't know. Just naming islands in the Pacific Ocean. Do they count, like, Papua New Guinea and New Guinea as part of that? Or are they Indonesia area, technically? Squirrel's gotta go. Is it because I don't know geography, or because you actually gotta leave? Okay. I'm just trying to remember the islands in there. This is how my thought process works. I remember things in the area. I'm working toward more of them. Give me a minute. I mean, they count as both? Okay. So I hadn't said those because of that. I wasn't sure. I mean, then, like, Indonesia, Singapore. What else is over there? I mean, Thailand is, like, distinctly Asia, right? Zach, calm down. I'm just trying to remember things off the top of my head. And I have checked my views. Half my fan base is US, and, like, another quarter is Canada. No, but I'm trying my best to remember, I swear. I just don't know that much about, like, those islands. I've heard their names, like, once before, and so I can't remember them at all. Zach, can you whack them for me? Strawberry, welcome back. I think I'm doing a pretty good job, honestly. I feel like you would not get, like, this many names out of most people. Is the Philippines really not considered, like, Oceania? North American suburbs. I know geography pretty well. That area, I'm going to have to do some research, because I like knowing geography pretty well. I thought I knew this area better. What do you mean I haven't listed one? New Zealand, Australia. There you go. That's one. That's two. Actually, I offended you more by saying that's one, probably. Fiji. Okay, fine. Thank you for the hint, Chunky. I was gonna say the Falkland Islands out of spite, but I thought better of it. Hey, I could be cheating and looking up a map, so I'm not doing that at least. Because I would have gotten at least one right by now if I was doing that. And this mode is mean. Name a country in America. Like... The Americas, you mean? That's at least how we refer to the collective North and South America. I could probably name... I know, Falkland is... is in north of Norwegia, excuse me, Norway, Falkland Islands. I could come close to naming. I could probably name 90% of the countries in the Americas. If I were to do it, I would skip Argentina out of spite at this point, but... Oh, not Falkland. I'm thinking of a different one. The Falkland one is in Argentina. My bad. Imagine separating America into two. I don't have to imagine it. That's how we learn our continents here. Alright, Monday. I think we're all good for Monday now. Prove it. There are 7 continents. Are you not even including... No, you have Antarctica in there. Oceania. I mean, it depends whether you're talking about like land masses or like cultures, right? Because I think they're normally separated like culturally. Uh-oh, you know what time that means. Sorry, sneakers. There's only one continent, Pangea. Name 90% of the countries in North and South America. Are we including the Caribbean? Because that's going to be a tough sell. I could probably get like 50% of Caribbean countries. Alright, let me give it a shot here. I feel like we've done this before. Alright, Canada, United States, Mexico... We're almost done with North America. I'll come back to the Caribbean at the end there. Let's see. It's Guatemala, Ecuador, Belize, Honduras, El Salvador, Panama. I feel like I'm missing one there, but I can't remember what it is. Peru, Ecuador. I don't know the 2 at the top next to Peru and Ecuador there. Venezuela, Chile, Brazil, Uruguay, Paraguay, Argentina. Let's see. I have to go back to the Caribbean now. I don't remember the rest down there. There's Bolivia. Bolivia, there we go. Alright, Caribbean time. We've got the Bahamas, the Cayman Islands. We've got Dominican Republic, Haiti, Cuba, gosh, there's Trinidad and Tobago, there's St. Vincent and Lucia, I believe is the name of it. I don't know if I know any more. Jamaica, there we go, Jamaica is another one. Like, I just straight up don't think I have the other ones in my head. I don't know if I could get to them. Yeah, I know, Caribbean has a bunch of them. I just cannot think of the other ones in in the Caribbean. Anywhere that the pirates went to. I think that's all I'm gonna get. I can't think of any more in the Caribbean. Did I miss any in Central America? I'm gonna stop there. So, Zach, did I miss any in Central America? I think I missed one. What's the one just north of Panama? I think that's the one I missed. Oh, Nicaragua! Nicaragua! No one said it yet. I just remembered it. It's in there. That counts. Oh, I didn't say Costa Rica either. That's right. Yeah, that's the one just north of Panama. I couldn't think of it. I missed, like, 3, I think, in South America. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Squirrel being real quiet right now. That's all I'm saying. Sorry I don't know Oceania, but I do know most geography. Onion, which ones did I miss in South America? I know I missed one that's like between Brazil and Argentina, that area there, and I know I missed 2 at the very top. I also might have missed one on the left, but I think that was normally Venezuela, and I got that one this time. I said Venezuela. I did forget Colombia, that's right. I forgot everything you said, not gonna lie. I did say Bolivia. Remember I had my story about Bolivia? I think you were here for that, right, Onion? So I usually don't forget Bolivia anymore. Oh, we have a prediction. I know French Guiana is there, but it's France. I don't know what the other one is called. Is it just called Guyana? I should remember that. I did not get Suriname. Or is it Suriname? Is it Suriname? Or is Suriname? I remember Suriname for some reason as the pronunciation. I could be way off on that, though. Yeah, there's like 3 right above Brazil, like right on the top and the Caribbean coast. That I think one of them is French Guiana, so it's technically France, but I don't ever remember the other 2. Is that Guyana and is it Suriname? It is Suriname? Interesting. Why do I remember it as Suriname? Okay. Omnis are looking pretty good right now. We'll see how we do. Oh, you guys can still predict? Oh, I should have waited a second. That's probably fair. Not that many people bet channel points on this. There was a lot of people who voted on my death earlier. It was like 4K to 2K. The bets don't normally get that big in this channel. Oh my gosh, look at that. By 1, Omni Geodes 1. Oh, that's crazy. Someone did 5.8 on you dying. Oh, I feel bad for them. I did not die. I came close like twice. You know, it like wasn't exactly obvious that I was gonna live. It's because you voted no. Always a believer. Yep, Chunky, you've always been a believer and never been anything else. Oh, I don't remember what time you're referring to. Speaking of which, it's time. Good segue for Gem Talk. Alright. What would you want to be famous for is our Gem Talk today. So, if you were to be famous for anything, what would you want it to be for? I've talked before how I enjoy writing a lot. Oh, Zach's gonna get a kick out of this, isn't he? So I think I would love to be famous for, like, a book. 'Cause I feel like books, more than anything else, like, get your ideas out there in a very different way, you know? Like, at least when I write, I'm writing, like, a lot about, like, the things I really believe and think that people should care about. So I think being famous for a writer, like, really lets you get those ideas out there in ways that other things cannot. You're not going to beat me, Ducky. I've got quite the head start. You could beat me. I should be fair. I'm not spending my entire every waking hour doing this. I'm also not doing this as fast as I possibly could. Technically speaking, it would be faster to do one thing at a time and then, like, sleep away the days I don't need. But I'm trying to just do everything at once because it's more fun. I would want to be famous for my art. Very cool. Yeah, and I think that's in a similar vein, right? You get to express yourself, like, so powerfully through different mediums of art. And it's, like, so interesting to me to be famous for that, because you're basically expressing who you are as a person. Right? My goal is to beat you. Uh-oh. Well, then why are you watching me? Get to work. No, I'm totally kidding. I'm glad to have you here, Ducky. Oh, you're using multiplayer. Are you playing with someone? Well, actually, you have a disadvantage, because there's things you can get stacked in multiplayer that you can't in single player. Quality stacks run. I want to have a really fun, weird archive. Ooh. The coolest museum in the world. Curated by Strawberry Mel. I'd come visit. Sounds fun. Okay, Onion, either art or writing, because it does sound fun. Have you written stuff before, Onion? I think you mentioned, like, fan fiction before, probably, right? I do sometimes get confused because a few different people talk about it. Oh. I actually knew that. We just put the rubies in here for now. I can come in and help. Almost at 20k points. What do you're gonna save it for Leah? Yeah, probably fair. She's gonna be so sad when I divorce her, then erase her memory, bring her back up to 10 hearts, and marry her again. I wonder if you can get the cutscene again. We don't talk about my fan fiction, but yeah. Everyone starts somewhere, right? I cringe at every story I used to write in the past. Well, there's a few that had good ideas, but that's just like, that just shows growth, right? Like every time you look back at a story and be like, oh, that was terrible, that just means you've become a better writer since then. We don't talk about fanfic, no, no, no. We don't talk about fanfic, but I don't remember the name of the website. Dang it. What's the name of the fanfiction website? It was on. I was reading it and there was nearly a tear in my eye. No tears allowed in your eyes. I'm gonna get demonetized, so I'll stop there. There's a really big fanfic site. I can't remember the name of it. It's really popular, but it's also famous for having, like, notoriously bad fanfictions. But I guess most of them probably are. I am not going to keep going. Wattpad? That might be what I was thinking of. I'm not sure. No, I'm thinking of Jenny Nicholson's videos where she goes on, like, the fan fiction sites to read them out. Whichever one she goes to. I think it's fanfiction.net. I'm surprised I didn't write fanfiction growing up. I had so many ideas like that. I just didn't know there was a place to present them. I'm thinking of specifically... I watched one recently. I'd seen it before, but I watched it again recently where she... like read a Jeff the Killer fanfiction, or what was it? Oh, One Direction in the Purge fanfiction. That one was very funny to me. Oh, that one was great. There's like a whole bunch of them. Just like One Direction boys in the Purge. There was also Trapped on an Island with Josh Hutcherson. That's a very funny one. Where the author, who was writing a self-insert character that, like, was falling in love with Josh Hutcherson, basically, like, I don't like this word, but it's essentially what she did. She basically, like, cucks herself by making an even more self-insert fanfiction character to take it away from the already self-fanfiction insert character. It was just such a ridiculous twist on the story. Chunky, enjoy your lurk. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, I apologize. But it was very funny, trust me. I highly recommend Jenny Nicholson's videos. She never fails to make me laugh. No matter what she's doing. She does some weird things. She's just got, like, that perfect dry humor. Clackety, enjoy your lurk. Already 14 lurkers in the stack. One time, me and my friends read a fanfic together where we changed the names of the characters to our names. It was called Me and My Gynecologist, and it's just as bad as you might have thought. It certainly sounds intriguing. I don't know, I really hope that doesn't go in the direction I'm thinking it goes in. For a lot of reasons. It's not a romance, right? Because that would be a very creepy romance. Oh my gosh, her Brony fandom video is like... I don't know, I've never heard someone go that in-depth with something before. I mean, never mind. Her Vampire Diaries video goes even more in-depth somehow. But yeah, it's very interesting to hear her like talk about these topics at such great length. Ugh. I do not like that implication with someone you're supposed to trust, but I guess fanfiction can be about anything, right? Was an actor. Shouldn't they be acting and not gynecologizing? Probably not the right verb. But probably the best way to say it on stream. I remember during quarantine, the most cursed B-movie flinch fiction, fan fiction started recirculating on YouTube. It was scarring. I didn't realize there were B-movie fan fictions. I don't think... I might have missed out on a joke here. But is it a joke that B-movie just sounds like it's a B-movie, which is what you usually call like a movie that's not very good? But why was the actor a gynecologist? You know what? I shouldn't try to look too hard into fan fiction logic. I'm glad there were people that enjoyed it. It's a very diversified portfolio to be a gynecologist and an actor. Probably rake in those big bucks, though. Those are like two pretty high-paying jobs. I guess it depends on what you're acting for, but I assume they were a high-profile actor. Otherwise, no one would recognize them. It's like some Hannah Montana thing. I moonlight as a a multi-million-dollar actor, but my day job is a gynecologist. It's gonna be a very different run when I'm done gathering starfruit, for sure. And somehow, they also are a superhero. Dog walker on Sundays, yep. Gotta get that extra money, you know? With rent the way it is. Working 2 jobs just isn't enough anymore. I could, Strawberry, but I don't want to. But I definitely could. I imagine I'm going to switch out for deluxe quality fertilizer and start trying to get iridium crops. Just because those will look nicer and they're not going to take very long. That might be the real thing there. It really won't take very long, especially the regrow ones, like strawberries and stuff. I'll just put, like, trellises for strawberries. Oh, strawberries don't need trellises, do they? So I'll do like something like strawberries, green beans, strawberries, green beans, strawberries, green beans. And then they like both regrow. So then I'll just go at them until I get my stack of iridium quality. And then I'll switch them out for something else. I technically finished crops, but I want iridium quality because they look nicer. And I'm a hopeless romantic. Is that the right word? Probably not. Probably not. I like that pretty iridium star. The pretty iridium star. And for crops, it's very easy to get. Now that we have the ultimate deluxe extra quality speed, quality grow, quality fertilizer. That's it. Most of my crops I actually finished before I had the island. The island would make them so much easier. Because you can just grow them whenever. You can go in like alphabetical order if you want to. I don't even need to think about it. I just plant them until I have a stack. And then I just replace them with something else. Like before I had to like worry about the season changing and everything. Make sure can I even finish it. Like, I had to do the exact math of, like, how many I needed to finish so I could work on multiple things at the same time, make sure I could finish it before season's end, or know exactly how many years I need to finish it. With the island, it's just, like, plop it down, and when it's done, it's done. Go on to the next thing. Which, unfortunately, is a little more boring. But it definitely makes the challenge a lot easier overall. Pikmin? Oh... It kind of does sound like the sound effect from Pikmin, doesn't it? 7 stacks of parsnips. Is that how much you calculated, Chunky, that you were going to need to get iridium quality for all of them? And if you get a stack of iridium quality, obviously you're going to have a stack of all the other qualities. I assume you already have 10 farming. Are you planning on like harvesting it with a farming buff? That will increase the amount of iridium quality you get. Ooh, there's my starfruit. That feels like it takes longer and longer to harvest every single time. Let's go over here. Drop down here. Oops, not there. Oh, we gotta go to the night market. Water star. No, Onion. No. Yeah, so are you including Q seasoning as well, Chunky? Because you need double the amount of cookables if you're going to Q season them for both qualities. Ooh, we want that. Nice. That's nice too. And that's it. Wait, Doubter lost again. What happened? You just couldn't afford it right now. Okay, I see, Chunky. Buy the plant. Too late, Chunk. I mean, too late, Onion. I'm long gone. Oh, yep. We had a, there we go. We had a prediction for, Omni Geodes, and I got enough Omni Geodes. Okay, so you saw the poll when you came in. Awesome. Yeah, you're probably about right with that 15k parsnips. Oh my goodness. At least are you at least planting them on the island? You're at the island, right, Chunky? I would wait till you have the island to do crops. Whoops. That's a lot of fish. Okay, you're gonna plant it both the island and on your farm. What farm do you have, Chunky? I'm curious. Did you go with standard, or did you decide to try forest? Just standard. I think standard might be the best choice. It has the most farming space. That isn't beach. I think beach is just an unfortunate choice. Even on beach, you can't get like that many more fish ponds than you can on a standard. And until you get to the island, farming is just a nuisance and a half. Yeah, beach forging, whatever. I can get my beach forges from the mines, though, so whatever. I see your point, though. You get those extra beach forges, that's kind of nice. But I feel like you lose out on too much. Like, being able to farm on the main farm is really nice. Oh, Squirrel, welcome back. Did you not hear my great country rodeo of North and South America? I missed like 5 countries total. Although no one told me which ones in the Caribbean I missed. I want to go look at a map right now. Alright. Alright, we're going to do this quick. Ooh, Google Maps is going to show where I am. Map of countries of the world. Maps of the Americas. Okay, this is like really zoomed in. Hold up. Okay, these are like real maps. No, I want like a map I can look at. Clickable maps. Here we go. I can't see them. Oh my god. I don't want to... Alright. Look away. Better not dox me, Google Maps. Starts zoomed in on my house as close as possible. Alright. Just stay away from that area, I guess, of the world. Alright, here we go. So, I got the Bahamas, I got Cuba, I got the Cayman Islands, I got Jamaica, I got Haiti, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico's part of the US. I have no idea what this is. Turks and Caicos Islands. US and British Virgin Islands are not separate countries. They're exclaves. Alright, here's all the ones I forgot. I don't know any of these. Anguilla. I've heard of St. Kitts and Nevis before. I don't think I've ever heard of Argentina and Barbuda. I'm gonna stop saying the names of these. I don't know the name of this one. This one. I didn't say St. Lucia, I said St. Vincent and something else. I did not say the Grenadines though, so I messed that one up. I don't think I said Barbados either. Yeah, this is most of them. I said Trinidad and Tobago. That's about all, I think. I think I said St. Vincent and St. Lucia. Which, they're two separate countries, but maybe that counts. Please stop making me read them. It's, okay, names are, like, impossible. You cannot blame me on that. Okay, I got a lot of them. That's, like, half. For the Caribbean, that's pretty good. I got everything in here. Except for Costa Rica. Sorry, Costa Rica. The only one I forgot. Down here, I forgot Colombia. I didn't get these two. I got the rest. Oh, I got entirely the rest. Are there no other ones down here? Is this a country? That's probably owned by someone. Sandwich Islands. Yeah. So I missed in total 1, 2, 3 countries outside of these here. I think I did pretty well. Is it Lucia? I've always heard it pronounced St. Lucia. I could be wrong though. Maybe it's a regional accent thing. Ooh, look at that heart. I wonder what that stands for. Yeah, it's not my house. It's somewhere I visited before. Talk about it. I don't mind, because we've gone on vacation here before. This is St. George Island, and it's beautiful. Just vacation already. Anyways, it's enough Google Maps for now. Back to Stardew. Used to be a travel consultant, Frazzle. That's amazing. Wow, Chunky, you definitely got a lot more than I did. Yeah, all those islands on the side there, I just have no idea. The capital of Argentina. You know, scholars have talked about this question for a long time. There's some debate over the actual answer, and due to my beliefs, I can't actually answer the question. So I'm sorry about that, Onion. I do know it, but you know how it is. Done a lot of different things, and now you're a health consultant. Oh, that seems really fun. I need a health consultant. I actually have a health consultant, and I don't listen to her enough. Through my doctor's office, they offer us health consultations. There we go. Words are so hard. Of course, of course. Yes, capitals. I couldn't tell you. I could probably get half of U.S. state capitals, country capitals. Like in Europe, I could probably name like 10. I can name 2 in North America. Ottawa, Washington D.C. Is Mexico City the capital of Mexico? If it is, then that one. But that would be my guess. Yeah, I'm pretty bad with capitals. Maybe stick with physics questions. I'm fine with countries. Just like cities, there's too many. I could probably name like 150 out of the total 200 something countries. Maybe a little less than that. I can pretty much guarantee 120. I bet I can name 120 countries. I don't want to do it right now because I'm getting kind of sick of doing it, but I could probably do it. I know 10 capitals total, and I don't even know what countries they belong to. What sound? What is sound? Oh, okay. I was actually talking about this a little bit in class the other day. So sound is a wave created by the movement of air particles in the air. that our ears, our eardrums specifically, and the other bendy stuff beyond them, interpret as different sounds. Guess how many omnis? I'm gonna go with 0. I don't know why, I just have this feeling. So they're basically just pressure waves in the air, which is why there's no sound in space, because there's no air. Our brains are smart enough to be like, yo, that air is flapping like this. That means it sounds like this. That's basically it. It's also how our eyes work, except instead of sound waves, they're light waves. Yo, that light is flapping like this instead of like this. So that's red, yo. That's what your brain sounds like. Are you cheating in school by asking Mr. Strimmer to help? If you put that answer on a test, I guarantee your teacher will love you. That's exactly what I'd want to see on a test. I don't have physics. Fair enough. It's Willie's birthday. No, it's the wizard's birthday. Yep, you got it. I totally knew that, and I'm not just saying that to save face. I don't know what Willie gets on his birthday. I don't think it's a fish, though. Does he get a diamond? He might get a diamond. Exactly. It has to have a medium to travel through, unlike light, which is a self-propelling wave, so it doesn't need a medium to travel through. I know, but Willie should get like a fish or something fish related for his birthday, right? I don't know why it gives him the diamond. It seems just boring. I know he loves diamonds, but a lot of people love diamonds. I love diamonds. Give me diamonds. I don't have a P.O. box, but you can get them to me somehow. Ooh, what does breaking the sound barrier require? So, as I said a second ago, sound creates waves. So, at high enough, or really high enough speeds, you actually start to go faster than the sound waves that you're creating. As a result of that, the sound waves kind of build up on the front of whatever vehicle is moving close to the speed of sound. And so when you break through that front, all the waves get released like simultaneously. I don't think that's... Ugh. It's not a perfect explanation, but that's the basics of how it works. It's actually pretty complicated why a sonic boom happens the way it happens. That might be just the best way to think about it, without going into a lot more detail. Basically, you're going faster than the sound waves you're creating. I've talked about enough things that I think anyone who was like really wanting to find out where I lived could probably figure it out. I'm trusting that you all are kind people that won't do that, though. And I might have to change what I'm doing in the future if something like that happens. That's not exactly true, Onion. Most waves are caused by the moon, and same with the tides. But there would still be some waves. There's quite a few wind-driven waves. For instance, here in Michigan, we get waves on the Great Lakes, but they're not nearly large enough to be affected by the moon's gravity. So, like, there's quite a few waves that are wind-driven, like, created by wind. Yeah, don't... don't come become my student. I'm sure you're a perfectly good student and all, but, I don't need any more students in my classroom. It's pretty full already. And leave onions on my doorstep. That's an expensive flight just to leave onions, Onion. I would kind of respect that, honestly. I should not joke about that. Please don't come to my doorstep in any capacity. If you're in town, I don't know. None of you know where I live, but send me a message on Discord first so I can block you and call the police. I'm too old to be a student. I imagine a lot of you are probably too old to be my student. I'm glad I'm appealing to all ages, but... Oh, man. Hold on one second. It got really warm in here all of a sudden. We're going to throw on the fan for a bit. You're older than me? No way. I'm way too old. No one's older than me. There's been a few people in chat that have been older than me. That's one of the nice things about Stardew. It's like a game that like all ages enjoy. 92. Okay, so barely. You got a year on me, maybe, depending on your actual birthday. 33, yeah, okay. Let's actually stop sharing our ages. That feels weird. Ooh, your husband's in America. Very cool. Quiet, Zach. It got warm because my room gets warm when I sit in here all day. My tabs can mind their own business. I'm ageless and ageful. There we go. That's a nice way to put it. Cap. Now we all know how old Zach is. Using that Zoomer language. If you ever... Okay, I should make this very clear. If you ever hear me, like, making fun of boomers / zoomers / millennials or whatever, I'm always joking. I don't care about that at all. I just think it's funny. I just want to make that very clear at least once. Whoop. I forgot I made that sound. My husband's here in Canada, but whole family is in Michigan. I haven't actually met them in person. Okay, so at one point you might head over there. Michigan's a pretty big state, though, so it's very possible they're nowhere near me. If you all do want to meet, I will probably be going to, like, conventions at some point. I will post which ones I'm going to. I'm probably going to YumaCon next year, which is a con in Detroit. Well, this year. Sorry, not next year. In the fall is when it is. Alright, let's put these away. I think this is another stack. Yes, it is. That's a stack of super cucumbers. Huzzah. Getting all the stacks this year. We got 3 stacks today. That's pretty crazy. Certainly atypical. Butt meat convention. That can be arranged, excuse me. I mean, anything can be arranged. Whether it should be or not is an entirely other matter. Get out of here. There's like a TwitchCon coming up at some point, right? I saw some other streamers talking about it. I don't know. I don't feel ready to go to something like that. I don't even know where that would be. I mean, it was already official. I just codified it into law. by creating the emote. To be fair, for such a simple emote, it works so well. There are not enough channel points in the universe for me to do that, Zach. Oh, were you actually gone, Squirrel? Onion brought up something about that. It was based on a fanfic. Or it comes from a fanfic. Like, I just put two bug meats on top of each other, and they look so... It looks so perfect. At first I, like, tried to draw something, and it didn't work at all. Onion, why don't you not do that, actually? That seems like a good idea. Imagine how many people would be confused, though. I mean, like, it doesn't seem that unrealistic if they're not, like, a really famous actor. So people would probably believe that it was true. Chunky! You've been here. I don't know why I'm saying that. It was very funny in the moment. Autocorrect gets the best of all of us, right? That one in particular is quite endearing, it will say. I think what made it stick is that it happened twice in short succession. Short succession? Is that right? Not secession, that's for sure. No cursed rolls, Onion. Stay away from the cursed rolls. You can put cursed rolls, but anyone who takes them is instantly banned. It's just like a ban yourself button. Garfield. Physics nerds. Why are physics nerds? Everyone loved my physics conversation. We're gonna have another one soon. We're not very far away from it. Where is this chat going? You all are loopier than I am. I've been up since early and working all day. Wait, you gave me all these rolls? Hold on. What's going on? Did you actually give me these rolls? Notifications. No, that's me. Okay. You didn't actually give me rolls. Oh, they have been there? Uh-oh. I'm gonna have to go take a closer look at that after stream. Okay. Let's clean up our inventory. Get out of here, battery. I don't need you. Been there for a while. Which rolls are these? I don't know how to look at my rolls, at least not easily. I don't know anything about Discord. Oh, Squirrel, you gonna paint the shed? Oh no, I did say that, didn't I? I am stacking seeds after the shine. We can go take a look at them in a second. I'm gonna head back over there pretty soon. Hey, seeds. Hey, look what it is. 1 pickle for the pickle patch. Well, I was just thinking, Onion, you can't be here all the time. I'm not saying, like, you were never gonna be the only mod. Whatever. There's no explaining it properly, so I'll just let you get mad for a minute. So seeds are all over here at the Shine. So we've got alphabetically all of these here, then all of these here, then all of these here, and then we've got our tree seeds up here. These seeds and the mixed seeds, and then all of these here. If we do more mods, we'll probably have applications and stuff. Onion has already proved to be a competent mod, but in the future, I'd like to make sure before we before we do any more than that. Next stream is probably not going to be the Geode stream, because next stream is going to be the T-set stream. So Thursday is probably going to be the Geode stream, is my best guess. I'm probably going to play one more day today. That sounded fun. Maybe not. Oh, I am very tired. I'm so trustworthy and nice. Yeah, you're a little full of yourself for sure, but the other two are probably accurate. I'm obviously joking, Onion. Where's Leah? Leah? I almost went to bed. Why would I go to bed? We haven't gone to the island yet. My brain was just like, oh, it's time to go to bed. And I'm like, oh, it's only 9:30. It's like me in real life. It's like, oh, it's 9:30, it's time to go to bed. This is what happens when you turn 25. Leah out with Gus. Excuse me. Oh, yeah, she's probably at the night market. Wait. Wow, it looks like I've been here already, but I would have gotten these things. So it's just very empty for whatever reason. Chunky, we don't talk about divorcing Leah unless you're gonna get the channel point thing. No. But why Haley? Ugh. I mean, like... So I'm not a huge fan of blonde hair, first of all. Though, having said that, like, it's not like I mind it that much. I don't know. Haley seems nice. She's not my type, though. Maru's more my type, for sure. She's no Leah, but, you know, she's doing pretty well. I shouldn't say it like that, probably. I don't know if Haley has the best character development. She's got pretty good character development, for sure. You know, best is always a strong word. I'm mentioning my IRL type, Squirrel. I'm not joking. Like, I chose Leah based off of, like, my IRL type. For sure. Although I'm definitely not a vegetarian IRL. But Leah wouldn't seem to mind. My opinion of you has changed, Onion. I do like crab cakes. Not IRL, but... We are up to 175 magma caps. That's going up slower than I thought it would, honestly. We don't have a lot of time yet. I'm gonna go cut some trees. Because they're mostly done. And it'll save me time later on. I do not have time for a volcano run tonight, unfortunately. There's like zero chance I could finish or come anywhere close to finishing a volcano run tonight. I mean, I do like uniforms. Uniforms are very nice. Very professional, you know? Oh, I see what you're saying, Chunky. Like, I just gotta actually do more volcano runs to make sure I get... I kind of like the amount of volcano runs I'm doing. It's like 1 or 2 per stream. They are a bit stressful, so I don't like to do them that much. Stan Maru. Is Maru your favorite on you? It's a pretty good choice for a favorite, for sure. Alex is your favorite male, though? That is... It's actually pretty, very much contrasting, in my opinion. I don't know. Alright, let's go back for now. Maru and Alex. I wonder who my favorite guy is. Ooh, I haven't thought about that much. I guess if I had to choose... Interesting. It's actually hard. Who are the guys? I feel like I'm missing someone in my head here. Sam, no, not my favorite. Shane, Shane's a contender for sure. Not Alex. Ooh, Sebi's a bit of a contender. I don't know. Oof. I've never really liked long hair on guys before. I guess it's Shane. It's like hard to choose for me because like, yeah, I don't know. Sebi gets a pet frog. Sebi would possibly play D&D with me, but I don't like want to date everyone I play D&D with. That would be at minimum awkward and at maximum like unbearable. That's not entirely true. I would love to play D&D with like an SO. What, do you disagree, Zach? I don't know. We are giving to Shane. Wow, that's on point right there. I guess he heard me. I don't know. Like, I'm totally fine that people would play with... That's true, Zach. I play with you, but you are also not the person I am dating. Not that I am dating a person at current. Single Pringle. Yeah. Single Ruffle. I don't really like Pringles. No maidens. There are no maidens about. I roll an investigation check to find maidens. Natural 1. You said it was more than just a fling. Well, I say a lot of things, Zach. You should listen to the things I mean, not what I say. Maidenless? It sounds like a speedrun category. Maidenless %. Like beating the game without talking to women. Is that bad? That's probably bad to say. It's a basic chip. Yeah, a ruffle is, it's like a chip with ridges. They go like zigzag, 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 and then it's kind of curved. I think they're my favorite chip. I don't really have strong opinions about chips, though. Like, I'll take them. Pringles are just like too potato-y, which is probably not the worst thing you can say about a chip, but to me it's like, I don't know. When I have a chip, I'm not looking for a potato-y flavor. I'm looking for whatever they put on it most of the time. Yeah, Zach, you two have so much in common. And Right there, we see why he's maidenless. Onion, be nice. I'm gonna time you out. No bros percent, antisocial percent. I guess that would be like, get Krobus as your roommate percent. Like marriage, or I guess it's not marriage, it's roommate percent, right? Maidenless. This is how you animation cancel, everyone. Take notes. You just press the button over and over again until you get what you want. Ace race. I like that rhyme. That works pretty well, I think. Oh, did you see something else? Oh, Arrow Ace. Is that like Aromantic Ace? I read it as Ace Race. It sounded cooler, sorry. Sorry, I came up with a better sounding name. Ooh, Summit music's already back. I feel like the Summit music played last time I was in the sewers. Like, straight up the last time I was here. Maybe not like the last time I was in the sewers, but it was playing in the sewers last time. What are the rules of this run? You're not allowed to interact. You have to interact with the minimum amount of people and become Krobus's roommate. Seems like a pretty fun challenge run. It's pretty quick, right? Where's Mermaid when you need her? She would have already figured out the best route and everything. Let's drop all this off. How long am I wearing this? Yeah, you don't need to talk to people to get Void Essence. Ooh. Let's see here. So, so to get to the desert, you need to unlock bundles. And the only way to do that, like, guaranteed, is to... You have to either talk to Morris, or you have to talk to Wizard. So it's the same either way, I think. I don't think there's anything else you have to do there. You talk to Lewis no matter what. You've already met him at the first cutscene. You have to talk to the Desert Trader. Yep, that's true. Like I'm saying, minimum people. So, like, the least amount of people you can talk with. So you have to talk to those people. There's no avoiding that. Robin you automatically meet. So Robin and Lewis, you have no choice but to talk to. And you have to either do Wizard or Morris. I think that might be it, though. Krobus, obviously. Nope. Just walk up to Krobus for the first time and hand him the Void Pendant. Like, who are you? You're just so charismatic somehow. Oh, let's go buy these while we're over here. I'm not burnt. Look at me. Perfect. I want to check these. There was monster slain. 105,000. I am the slayer of beasts. Interesting. Does he just like Well, you're not really proposing, right? You're proposing like a living arrangement. So Krobus like actually talks on that day if you give them the pendant. That's pretty crazy. Alright, it is gem talk time. Last one of the stream. Let's see what we got here. Okay. This one's a little boring, I think. But why am I saying that? I like it. Alright. So, which streaming service do you use, like video streaming service, the most? Do not include Twitch or YouTube on this. So, like video streaming service, things like Netflix, Amazon Prime, Disney Plus. I've got a bit of a weird answer here, I think. I think the one I use the most, like, overall, is Crunchyroll. I just said no YouTube. Strawberry. I just said it. I'm just kidding. Don't worry. I figure you wrote that way before I was able to say that. Only have Netflix. I use Crunchyroll more than any of those other ones. I'm fairly certain. I don't actually have the exact numbers on it. But I'm pretty sure on that. Crave is a Canadian one. Ooh. Is Crave just like Netflix, or does it have any other things? That's got me curious. Dishonor on your cow. What? Dishonor on your whole family. Yeah, probably. It's more like HBO. Oh, cool. They have like unique programs that I can't watch in the US because it's not available there. That's kind of cool. There's this secret Canadian television that only Canadians can access. Netflix. A few Netflixes on there. I was actually curious about this because I saw like everyone, obviously a lot of people are posturing about it, but everyone was like talking about canceling their Netflix. I was wondering if Netflix was still the one most people were using, and it seems like for quite a few people it is. Like, thinking about it now, I barely use Netflix overall, so it would not be a big deal for us to cancel it for me. Like, I'd miss out on a few shows, I think, but, like, overall, I don't think I'd mind. No Crave originals. Yeah, Chunky, that was kind of part of the debate, right? It's like, there hasn't been that much good coming out of Netflix in a little bit. Although Squid Game was on there. A lot of people really like that, right? It wasn't my jam, but... One Thursday remains. I don't know, there's some good stuff on Netflix still. Plenty of stuff I haven't watched yet that I probably should. Bridgerton was good, and the Umbrella Academy is coming back. I assume Umbrella Academy is based on Resident Evil? I haven't heard about that before. I've heard the name before, but didn't hear much about it other than that. Not even close? Okay. What's it from then? Is it a comedy? Drama? Forgot to put it away. That's fine though. It's unlikely we'll fill up our inventory. It is very nice. It's a dysfunctional family with superpowers based on the comic book. Okay, that's kind of cool. Live action. I do like superpowers, perhaps a little too much sometimes. If it's like the scenes from The Incredibles where they're doing like family dynamics, I would probably love it. Because that's one of my favorite parts of The Incredibles. Live action. Just like, I have that scene where they're like running around the table, like Dash is running around the table and Violet stops him with the force field. Like burned into my mind as like just a beautiful scene. It's like the perfect encapsulation of like sibling chaos, but with superpowers added to it. I love number 5. I don't remember who's number 5. Okay. I'm thinking of that, we'll go with disappointing book series called I Am Number 4. When you said I love number 5, that was the first thing I thought of. The teleporter. He's like the second. It's actually one of my favorite things to watch people argue about something I have no idea or have no stake in. It's like fun to try and like figure out meaning here. Look, you even pulled someone in who's been like... Oh no, here we go. Jay, let's see here. I've been meaning to ask you, what's the most difficult time-consuming stack to collect is? It is this lovely, distinguished gentleman known as the T-Set. If you want to read a little bit more about that, on my FAQ, I have a big list of... FAQ, come on, Nightbot. Come on, Nightbot. There you are. Okay. That I go through the things that are like the hardest to stack, or like the most time-consuming. There's like a huge section on that in there. Sometimes it's like hard for me to relay my thoughts just when I'm talking. So like when I have time to write things down, it's a little bit more collected. Although probably twice as long as it would be otherwise. But yeah, generally it's the T-Set, but there are a few other contenders. No, it's okay, F the Shine. If you all are having fun talking about it, please don't let me stop you. I'm just ignoring the particular individuals. Please raise the engagement of my stream. It's awesome. Yeah, there's a few weird stackables that you would not expect things to be stackable. It's okay, you can talk about it, Strawberry. A lot of people don't know that's stackable. Yeah, like a lot of different things. I've watched a show that was happening in underground mortal school. Aren't all schools mortal schools? I like my outfit. I wouldn't want to change my outfit, Strawberry. It's unique to me, right? But we've got other rewards already, so maybe I can add something to like change the house around a little bit, like add one decoration to the house of your choice, and I have to figure out where to put it. But I like my striped shirt and sailor hat. I don't think I want to change that. Whoops. Heck. It's unique to me while wearing a t-shirt. This isn't a white t-shirt. What? This is a striped red and white shirt. Oh, this isn't even white. This is blue. This is blue! It's a very light blue, so that's fair, actually. Deadly class. Normally autocorrect changes everything, but it would actually should it never does. Autocorrect is like the best thing to come out of anything ever. Number one, because it creates funny situations. But number two, because I can't spell and it does something to help me. I just found it funny, F the Shine, that you described it as a mortal class. Like, that's an unusual thing. Like, all classes are mortal classes, aren't they? Going back to butt meat. Unless mortal means something different than I'm thinking. Because that happens a lot. I don't recognize it though. Shine. Not mortal as that. Okay, so it's a different meaning of the word mortal. Like superpowered class? Is that what you mean by that? That is. I went to go to the island and I went to the beach. I guess they're kind of similar. Also, I'm actually really proud of my setup for my warp totems. I don't think I've ever seen anyone else use them. But like, what does being deadly mean for that? I don't understand. Like they're like murderous, or like they're going to die? Is it like Assassination Classroom, where they're all attempting to kill the teacher? And if they do, they pass the class? Okay, so it is like Assassination Classroom. That's kind of cool. You said it was on Netflix? Can we use a different abbreviation than that, Onion? I understand that that is technically a correct abbreviation, but... And now everyone's doing it. Okay, fine. It's not wrong. I said it's not wrong, technically. Coward streamer. You know what, Onion? You're right. I'm a coward. Absolutely correct. What are you gonna do about it, huh? Argentina's like a bajillion miles away, so I can be a coward if I want to be a coward. It is funny. I'm just messing, Strawberry. I don't mind it that much. Plant, 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 plant. Don't make a poll. Oh. Oh, no one voted for butt meat. That would have been my pick. Surprised with all of you. Elliot mortality percent. You might need mods for that one, but it's a great speedrun. Agree with the poll. This is a nice poll. I like this poll. I don't hate Elliot. He's a struggling writer. Let him be. We all go through that, like, I want to be something I'm not phase. In fact, Zach's going through it right now, if he's still here. You haven't read it. You don't know that, Strawberry. His book can be incredible. Ooh, big facts. You know I'm joking, obviously, Zach. Zach's writing a book. Squirrel. Which I will not divulge any information on. Oh. I mean, you are writing it. There are words on pages. I feel like it's not attempting anymore. You're actually writing a book. There's a lot of words on pages, actually. Do you actually have a word count and be willing to share it? I'm curious how far along you are. I guess you like have it in so many different sections that you probably couldn't easily get a word count for something like that. Zach, can I get an autograph? Interesting, it seems like he's just typing in chat. We're probably distracting him right now. Oh, are you free tonight, by the way, Zach? I guess this is like the weirdest way I could possibly ask. Don't call it that, Squirrel. Open for you, King. Y'all are crazy. Dude, what? Well, good for this man. Alright, we're done with stream. I'm sorry. But we're gonna go and raid Habu to pay him back for the twice he's raided me in the last week, which is just insane. Wait, do I have... Ooh. Okay. So yeah, I am done for today. Thank you all for joining me, especially if you were here through that horrible beginning of this stream. It's just been like... I'm not going to do that on stream anymore. It was way too boring. If I'm being on stream, I'm doing like a challenge run of some kind, probably. Are we all going to start our own game night? We have a game night. I don't do it every single week. If you want to play games with people, though, yeah, feel free to use the game night channel. I think I'm going to try and do it every 2 weeks, though, just because it's a lot easier, personally, I think. Like, doing it every week is just, like, a little too much, in my opinion, for me, at least. If you all want to hang out there and do stuff, feel free. Alright, thank you all for a wonderful stream. A little late today, unfortunately, just due to... Okay, I'm watching Habu's stream and he's opening mail. Okay, it's like flashing in my face. A little bit of boring beginning. I'm gonna get that stuff out of the way tomorrow, hopefully. Alright, but thank you all so much for a great stream. Bye Zach, bye Strawberry, bye Squirrel, bye F the Shine, bye Onion. Who else is hanging out here? Bye Buttmeat. Can Zach speak in Portuguese? Night Night Gang? I don't know if Zach knows Portuguese. I'll go read message. Yeah, go ahead. Copy the message if you want to. We need to have a follower one as well, so for people that aren't subscribers. But we'll figure that out later. Okay, we're gonna go raid the Habu, which a lot of you probably already know, but he is doing a perfection run that's attempting to be sub 23 hours. So finishing the game with perfection in 23 hours or less. Alright, we're going to go ahead and put up our ending screen card because I forgot to do that. Perfection run thing. Alright, let's go.
Be a dick. Yeah, just don't be an idiot. Oh, hi Rhythm. Thank you for the raid. I hope your item collecting went well. I hope you like me spam opening mail because I'm looking for a battery from Pam and she refused to give it. She refuses to give it to me.